Hey everyone, and welcome to another video. Tonight we have 2 hours of horror stories. I hope you all enjoy them. If you do, please be sure to drop a like rating. Let's see if we can reach 1,000 likes on this one. Dropping a like helps ensure more people see the content, but it also just lets me know I'm doing a good job. Subscribing if you are new is also very much appreciated, as I post content just like this all of the time. And Halloween is coming up, so there should be some especially good horror stories coming up. Also really quick, just wanted to say thank you all so much for 125,000 subscribers. That was my 2025 goal, and I'm really excited to see that we hit it. We gained like 5,000 subs in the past couple months, and I just wanted to say thank you. So, again, thank you all so much. Anyways, sit back, do whatever it is that you do to relax, enjoy the horror stories right after the ad break after this intro. There will not be any more ad breaks after that one. And as always, I hope you all have a great night. When I was a kid, my mom kept a heavy leather photo album on the coffee table. Thick black pages, plastic sleeves, Polaroids tucked between brittle corners. I used to flip through it when she was cooking or when I was supposed to be doing homework. Back then, I thought of it as proof that our family was normal. Birthdays, Christmas mornings, summer trips to the lake, mundane and ordinary, but comforting. I didn't notice him at first. Why would I? When you're 7 years old, you don't scan every photo like a detective. You look for your face, your siblings, the dog. But years later, when I was visiting home after college, I picked the book up again. Nostalgia, I guess. That's when I saw him. He's in every photo, not in a way that jumps out immediately. Sometimes he's in the background, leaning against a tree. Other times he's at the edge of the frame, blurred by motion. Once, he's sitting 2 rows back at my 5th birthday party, in the McDonald's Play Place seating area, staring directly into the camera. The strange thing is, I didn't know him. My parents didn't know him. Nobody in the family knew him. I asked my mom, laughing at first, flipping the album around to show her. "Who's this guy? He's everywhere. Look, he's behind Aunt Claire in the Christmas photo, then again at the lake, and here at the carnival." She took the book from me. Her fingers froze on the page. "That's just some stranger," she said finally, snapping the cover shut. "You know how people wander into pictures. He's probably just a coincidence." But her tone wasn't casual. She put the album back on the shelf and didn't let me look at it again that night. I couldn't stop thinking about it though. I lay in my childhood bedroom staring at the ceiling, trying to reconstruct the photos in my head. He wasn't family. He wasn't a friend. He didn't even seem to age. His hair was always the same length, the same style. His clothes never really changed. The more I thought about it, the more I realized he wasn't just in the background. He was looking, always at the camera, always at us. And now I can't shake the thought. If he's in every picture, then he was there, at every moment, every holiday, every trip, every birthday, standing close enough to be caught on film. Which means he was always near us, watching. The next morning I brought it up again. Over coffee I said, "Mom, seriously, who was that guy in the photos? You knew everyone else at those parties, the neighbors, family friends. Why didn't anyone ever mention him?" She didn't look at me. She stirred her cup with this slow, deliberate rhythm, like she was buying herself time. Finally she said, "You're overthinking it. It's just someone passing through. People photobomb all the time." But her voice cracked when she said photobomb. I knew better than to push. My mom has that way of shutting a conversation down, pressing her lips together so tight, you can hear the finality in it. Still, when she left for work, I went back to the bookshelf and pulled out the album. I sat cross-legged on the floor, turning pages carefully, like the paper might disintegrate in my hands. There he was, always there. Christmas 94, behind the tree, only half his face visible in the branches. Family reunion 97, across the picnic field, sitting alone on a bench. My high school graduation, dead center in the bleachers, eyes locked on the camera. It wasn't just that he was in the photos, it was that he didn't change. The same dark jacket, the same haircut, the same posture, straight-backed, hands clasped loosely in front. My uncle had gone from full head of hair to bald. My cousins had grown taller, acne giving way to clearer skin. Even the dog had aged, but not him. I tried to be logical. Maybe it was some old family friend, someone I just didn't remember. Maybe Mom was embarrassed, or there had been a falling out. That would explain the secrecy, the tone in her voice. But it didn't explain the lack of aging. I decided to test it. I pulled out one of the Polaroids from its sleeve. My 7th birthday. I took a magnifying glass from the drawer and studied the man in the background. The resolution was grainy, colors faded, but his expression was clear. Neutral. Almost pleasant. His eyes, though? His eyes seemed too sharp for the cheap film. I compared it to the photo from my high school graduation. Same eyes, same expression. The only thing that changed was how much closer he was. At that birthday, he was near the back wall of the play place. At graduation, he was right there in the middle of the crowd. Closer. That word stuck in my head all night. When I called my dad about it, hoping he'd laugh and give me some old forgotten story, he got quiet instead. Then he asked me to stop asking questions. His exact words were, "Don't dig into it. Let it go. For your own good." That's when I knew it wasn't a coincidence. And that's when I decided I had to know. So I scanned the photos, every single one that had him in it. Then I uploaded them to a facial recognition site, one of those free trial tools. I sat there chewing my nails, watching the little spinning wheel as the site combed through public databases. When the results came back, it wasn't a name. It wasn't anything at all. Just an error message. Face not recognized. No matches found. I tried again with another site, same result, and another, same thing. It was like he didn't exist. But he does. Because when I closed my laptop, my reflection in the dark screen wasn't alone. For half a second, just over my shoulder, I swear I saw him standing there. After that incident, I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the house felt amplified, every shadow stretched too long. I ended up grabbing the photo album upstairs to my old bedroom, setting it on the desk like it was some kind of evidence file. I told myself I was going to prove he wasn't what I thought, that there had to be some explanation. But the photos didn't stay the same. The first time I noticed, it was subtle. A snapshot from our trip to Niagara Falls. My dad holding me on his shoulders, water spraying in the background. I remember that photo clearly because Dad had a goofy plastic poncho on. But now, the man was standing behind us. He wasn't in the original. I know he wasn't. He was closer than he'd ever been before, his face angled just enough that both of his eyes were visible. And this time, he was smiling. Not a friendly smile, more like someone holding back a secret. I flipped to another photo, my 8th grade science fair. The man had been in the back row before, blurry between parents. Now his head tilted just slightly toward me, his mouth open like he'd just spoken. I felt sick. My palms started sweating, pages sticking as I turned faster and faster. Every picture had shifted, not in obvious ways, nothing dramatic, nothing that would scream altered, just little things. A glance, a lean. The man's body turned ever so slightly toward me, like he was aware I was looking at him. I shut the book and shoved it under my bed, but that didn't help because the images were burned into my brain. I kept thinking about his eyes, sharp, Too sharp. The way they seemed to cut through the blur of cheap cameras. That night I dreamed I was flipping through the album again, but instead of birthdays or vacations, every page was a photo of me, right there in my room, taken from just outside the window. In every one, the man was closer, 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 until the last photo was nothing but his face. I woke up gasping, heart thudding like it wanted out of my chest. The album was back on my desk. I know I shoved it under the bed. I remember the scrape of cardboard against carpet, but there it was sitting upright, open to the graduation photo. And this time, the man wasn't in the crowd. He was standing on stage, next to me. After that, I stopped pretending this was nostalgia. Something was wrong. Deeply, horribly wrong. I didn't tell my mom. I didn't tell anyone. What could I even say? Hey, remember that stranger in every childhood memory we have? Well, he's moving closer now. Yeah, that'd go over well. Instead, I tried to ignore it. I shoved the album into the closet and stacked board games on top of it. Out of sight, out of mind. Except it wasn't. The man started showing up outside the photos. It began with the bathroom mirror. I'd just finished brushing my teeth when I saw him standing at the very edge of the reflection, where the doorway met the hall. I spun around so fast I nearly dropped the toothbrush. Nobody was there. The hallway was empty. When I looked back, so was the mirror. The next time, it was worse. I was in the kitchen, late at night, drinking water. The window above the sink looked out into the backyard. Dark, empty, nothing but trees. Except not empty. A figure was standing at the tree line, perfectly still. I didn't need the details to know it was him. The posture was the same, straight-backed, hands folded, waiting. I backed away, heart hammering, telling myself it was just a trick of the dark, some shadow. But when I blinked, his head tilted, slow, deliberate, like he knew I was watching. I yanked the curtains shut and didn't open them again. From then on, reflections betrayed me. Every dark screen, every pane of glass. I'd see him behind me, just far enough that I couldn't make out all the details. But I felt him, the weight of his gaze pressed down like a hand on my shoulder. I started covering mirrors. I unplugged the TV. I left the laptop lid closed. Still, I couldn't escape him, because he wasn't just showing up in the house anymore. He was interacting with the album. One night I heard rustling from the closet, soft like pages turning. I froze in bed, every muscle locking. The sound went on for a minute, then stopped. When I finally forced myself to look, the closet door was cracked open. The board games I'd stacked on top of the album were scattered across the floor, and the album itself was lying open, pages fluttering as if from a breeze. I crept closer, every instinct screaming to stop, and I saw what page it had landed on. Not a childhood memory, not a holiday. It was a photo I'd never seen before. Me, sitting in my bed. Now. And in the bottom corner of the frame, half in shadow, the man was standing inside my room. I couldn't take it anymore. The album, the photos changing, the man pressing into my house. None of it made sense. There had to be an explanation. Some missing piece. So I confronted my mom. She was in the living room folding laundry when I dropped the album on the coffee table. The thud made her flinch. She looked at it like I'd just set down a dead animal. "Tell me who he is," I demanded. My voice shook, but I didn't care. "The man. He's in every picture. And don't tell me it's coincidence, because he's in ones that didn't even exist before." Her hands tightened on a towel until her knuckles went white. She didn't answer. "Mom?" I pressed. "Please, just tell me the truth." Finally, she set the towel down and sank onto the couch. For the first time in my life, she looked old, tired, like she'd been holding something in for decades and it had finally rotted her from the inside. "I hoped you wouldn't notice," she whispered. "We all hoped." My skin went cold. "We?" She nodded slowly. "Your grandmother, your uncle, your father, and me. We never talk about him. That's the rule. You don't say his name. You don't point him out. You don't acknowledge him because if you do, he notices you back." Her eyes glistened. She looked at me the way someone looks at a terminal patient, grief already there. "Why is he in our pictures?" I asked. Mom shook her head. "He's always been in our family. Always. As far back as the albums go. Every generation, he's there. Weddings, funerals, baptisms. Sometimes he's just a blur. Sometimes he's closer." She covered her mouth like she regretted saying that much. I leaned forward. "What does he want?" Her hand dropped into her lap. She didn't answer. "Mom?" My voice cracked. "What does he want?" She whispered it so faintly I almost didn't hear. "He chooses." I felt sick. "Chooses what?" Her eyes darted to the album. "Who stays? Who doesn't?" My stomach turned. Suddenly, pieces clicked together that I'd never questioned before. My cousin Danny, who disappeared when I was 10. The way relatives never talk about him. The empty chair at holidays nobody mentioned. I remembered once, when I was little, asking about him. My grandma had snapped. "We don't talk about Danny." I thought it was grief, but now I wondered if it was fear. Because when I flipped to the family reunion photo, the one where we'd all gathered at the park, I noticed something I hadn't before. Danny was in that photo, smiling, holding a frisbee, but in the copy I held now, he wasn't. The man was standing in his place. I couldn't breathe. Danny wasn't in the photo anymore. Just gone. Erased like he'd never existed. And the man, standing where he'd been, looked sharper than ever, clearer than anyone else in the picture. I slammed the album shut and backed away. "Mom, we can't just ignore this. He's here. He's here." She wouldn't look at me. "The more you fight, the faster it happens. You've already seen too much." "What happens?" Her eyes filled with tears. She shook her head. "I'm so sorry, sweetheart." That's when I heard it. A click. The unmistakable sound of a camera shutter. Faint, coming from somewhere inside the house. I froze. "Did you hear that?" Mom's face crumpled. "He's already chosen." I spun toward the sound. The hallway was empty, shadows stretching long. My pulse roared in my ears as I crept toward the bedroom. The album was waiting for me on the desk. Open, pages fluttering though there was no breeze. Another click. I looked down. There on the fresh page was a new Polaroid. Still developing. The chemical haze fading into an image. Me, standing in the hallway. Right now. Behind me in the photo, the man was closer than ever. Not blurred, not distant. His hand was outstretched, almost touching my shoulder. Click. Another Polaroid slid onto the page by itself. This one showed me staring at the photo I was holding, my own face pale, horrified, and behind me, no longer reaching, he was gripping my shoulder. I dropped the book and stumbled back, heart slamming against my ribs. The lights flickered, and then the mirror across the room began to ripple, not like glass breaking, like water, like something was pressing through. A hand emerged first, pale, thin, fingers too long. They pressed against the glass, then curled around the frame. I couldn't move. My legs locked as his face pushed forward, stretching the surface until it tore open with a sound like wet fabric ripping. He stepped through. He was exactly as he appeared in every photo. Dark jacket, neat hair, expression calm. Only now he was inches away. "Why?" I choked out. My voice sounded tiny, useless. He tilted his head, studying me with those sharp, unblinking eyes, and then slowly, deliberately, he raised the old camera hanging from his neck. Click. The flash blinded me. For a second I saw nothing, just white. When my vision cleared, I wasn't in my room anymore. I was in the photo album. I could see my mom standing over the book, crying. I could see my own face, frozen mid-scream, trapped behind the glossy surface. And behind me, already stepping into the frame, was the man. Closer. Always getting closer. I never really believed in spirits or ghosts. Dumb cowards is the nickname I gave to horror-obsessed people, and as the world does with dumb people, I exploited them. It was a simple plan, really. Just a camera, a cursed-looking doll, and a few strings to fake a paranormal video. My product was an instant hit. People bought my haunted dolls for thousands of dollars. I even had a YouTuber make a video with it. They went viral in horror communities, and the demand was always more than I could fulfill. Business was good. Until tonight, of course. I was reading my business book on the bed under the warm light of my bedside lamp. It was like every other night. After I finished my chapter, I closed the book and took a moment to celebrate the small achievement. That's when I noticed something moving near the door. I focused my eyes to see if it was a bug that would trouble me all night. It was not a bug. What I saw made my eyes go wide as I froze in disbelief. There it was, sitting in front of the door. A doll. My doll. Smiling at me. None of the dolls I made ever had a smile on them. Customers liked the ones with frowns, so I made them all with frowns. How the hell did this doll get here? And why did it have a smile? In denial, I tried to shrug it off. I have been working a lot. Maybe it was an older piece when I used to do smiles. I got up to put it back on my shelf, but stopped in my tracks. My eyes were fixed on the doll. The frizzy hair and all the disturbing decorations I added to it suddenly seemed to overwhelm me with a feeling of dread. Something was wrong, and I could feel it. I wore my slippers and then jumped as a big thud came behind me. I jumped forward and turned around, letting out a whimpering scream. There it was. Another doll, with its bloodshot eyes and a crooked smile, sitting on my bedside table. I'm out. I rushed to the door, kicked the doll away, and opened the door. What I saw made me burst into tears. All my dolls, every single one of them, they all sat on the far end of the hallway, in dim moonlight bleeding from the window. They all had the exact same smile. And then they started laughing. The door behind me shut with a thud, pushing me and making me fall to the ground. I looked up as I got on my knees, the dolls staring into my eyes. "What do you want?" I cried. I did not want to admit, but I figured my small business was a little more serious than I anticipated. All those curses I recited, all the chants I did, I made way for something evil. And I know it's evil because just looking at those dolls laughing felt like a heavy weight on my back. "What do you want? Leave me alone," I cried. They all went silent, and as thunder boomed outside and a flash of lightning filled the hallway with a beam of light, I saw the words in blood written on the floor ahead of me. "Thank you." The door behind me opened slowly with a creak. Not knowing what to do, I just crawled back inside my room and shut the door close. The dolls in my room were gone. I waited all night in my room. My tears ran out. When the clock hit 6 a.m., I opened the door slightly, half expecting the dolls to jump and attack me. But all I saw was an empty hallway. Slower than a snail, I crawled inch by inch on all fours to my doll shelf. It was empty. They were all gone. They thanked me, and they left. I'm not sure what to make of this. I'm not sure what I have done. I am closing my business, but I have no idea what to do to make things right. I'm not sure if I even can. My grandfather froze to death on the kitchen floor in the middle of summer, and I'm the only person who knows what happened. My mom found him early on the morning of July 15th, stretched out between the refrigerator and the breakfast table like he'd been reaching for something. His skin was blue-white, ice crystals still clinging to his eyelashes when Mom screamed from the doorway. The thermometer on the kitchen wall read 82 degrees. I'm Theo, 17, part-time sandwich artist at Subway, full-time disappointment to my parents, college fund expectations. Normal kid from normal Midwestern stock, the kind who knows the difference between a blizzard watch and a blizzard warning, who can drive in snow before I can parallel park. I play JV basketball badly and work the closing shift 3 nights a week, biking home past empty storefronts and gas stations that close at 10. Nothing about my life prepared me for finding my grandfather's body that morning, or for understanding what had happened. My grandpa, Isaac, had lived with us for 4 years. Ever since Grandma died and Dad decided the old man shouldn't be rattling around the farmhouse anymore. Grandpa was 74. With arthritis in his hands and a habit of falling asleep in his recliner with the TV remote balanced on his chest. He'd worked 20 years managing the local IGA before retiring, knew everyone in town, remembered their kids' names and which checkout girls have the best customer service. He was practical, steady, unremarkable in every way that mattered. He was also dead in our kitchen, ice cold in 80-degree weather. The coroner, Dr. Willits, spent 45 minutes examining the body. He took photographs, checked the thermostat, questioned Mom and Dad about Grandpa's health, his medications, whether he'd seemed confused or disoriented lately. He measured the room temperature 3 times with different thermometers, frowning at readings that made no sense. Hypothermia, he announced finally, signing papers with the kind of confidence that comes from 3 decades of determining cause of death. Severe hypothermia due to unknown environmental factors, possibly a neurological episode affecting temperature regulation. Dad asked the obvious question. How does someone freeze to death when it's 80 degrees outside? Dr. Willits adjusted his glasses and delivered the answer that would satisfy the insurance company, the death certificate, and everyone except me. Sometimes the body's regulatory system fails catastrophically. Medication interactions, undiagnosed conditions, stroke affecting the hypothalamus. The body can literally lose the ability to maintain core temperature. Mom mentioned the frost she'd seen around the body, but Dr. Willits dismissed it as condensation from the air conditioning. I didn't correct him, even though our AC had been off for 3 days. The funeral was on Thursday. Half the town showed up, filling past the casket to pay respects to a man who'd bagged their groceries and remembered their faces for 2 decades. They spoke about his kindness, his reliability, how he'd given their teenagers first jobs and second chances. None of them knew about the temperature of his skin when they found him, or the thin layer of frost that had formed around his body, like he'd been lying there in January instead of July. None of them had seen what I saw when I came downstairs that morning. When Mom's screaming brought me and Dad running, I saw my grandfather's final expression, frozen on his face in the moment death took him. He wore no peaceful look like most people would imagine. His eyes were wide, staring at the ceiling, and his mouth was open like he'd been trying to say something important. He looked terrified. Strange things started happening 2 months ago. May 28th in Minnesota means tornado watches and sudden thunderstorms, the kind of weather that keeps you checking the sky every few minutes. It doesn't mean finding patches of kitchen floor so cold they make your feet ache through wool socks. But that's exactly what I found that Tuesday morning after Memorial Day. A circle of tile near the sink that felt like stepping on January pavement. Mom blamed the air conditioning, even though we hadn't turned it on yet. Dad checked the basement for broken pipes, crawling around with a flashlight and muttering about foundation settling. The cold spot vanished by Thursday, but another one appeared in the hallway upstairs, then another in the living room by the weekend. "Old house to settle," Dad said when I mentioned it. "Foundation shifts, creates drafts you wouldn't expect." Our house was built in 1987. It wasn't exactly old by anyone's standard. Dad liked cheap explanations that didn't require calling repair services. I pressed my palm against the frigid patch of living room carpet, watching my breath form small clouds in the 70-degree air. When I called Mom over to feel it, her hand passed through the cold like it wasn't there. "Feels normal to me, honey," she said, giving me that concerned look parents get when they think you're coming down with something. But I could see the frost forming on the carpet fibers where my breath hit them. The winter winds started a week later. I'd be watching TV or doing homework, and suddenly smell snow in the air. That sharp, clean scent that comes from a blizzard. The smell would drift through rooms like invisible smoke, carrying whispers I could almost understand. Once I followed the scent upstairs to Grandpa's room, where he was sitting on his bed looking at old photo albums, his face pale and distracted. "You smell that?" I asked him. He looked up from a picture of him and Grandma at some company picnic. His hands were shaking as he closed the album. "Smell what?" "Like snow. Like winter." "It's May, Theo." But his voice cracked when he said it, and I noticed he was wearing a sweater despite the warm afternoon. The whispers came with the wind that smelled like snow, voices so quiet I couldn't be sure I was actually hearing them. Sometimes they seemed to be calling a name, sometimes just murmuring like people having a conversation in another room. I'd turn my head to catch the words, but they'd fade into nothing, leaving me wondering if I'd imagined them entirely. But Grandpa heard them too. I'd find him sitting in his chair at midnight, eyes wide open, responding to things the rest of the family couldn't detect. "I'm sorry," he'd whisper to the empty room. "I know you're cold. I know." When I asked him who he was talking to, he'd look at me with the desperate expression of a drowning man. "You can hear them too, can't you, Theo?" His voice barely above a whisper. "The voices in the wind?" I nodded, and something between relief and terror crossed his face. "Then you know she's coming." The shivering started in June. I'd wake up at 3 in the morning, teeth chattering, pulling my covers tight around me. The room would feel normal to everyone else, maybe even warm, but my body acted like I'd been sleeping outside. When I mentioned it to Mom, she immediately started checking for fever and asking about my appetite. "Growing boys need more calories," she said, adding extra bacon to my breakfast. "Your metabolism's probably just running high." She couldn't see the frost forming on my bedroom windows while the thermostat read 75 degrees. Grandpa started acting strange around the same time, but this was different from the whispers. This was paranoia. He began looking over his shoulder when we watched TV together, checking the locks on doors that nobody ever used. During dinner, he'd pause mid-sentence and listen to sounds the rest of us couldn't hear, his fork halfway to his mouth, eyes darting toward the kitchen doorway. "Nothing there," he'd mutter, when I followed his gaze. "Just tired." But tired people don't spend 20 minutes staring at the same photograph, and they don't whisper apologies to themselves while they think no one's listening. I started finding him with those photo albums more often, usually the ones from his working years at the IGA. He'd flip through pages slowly, his fingers tracing faces I didn't recognize, his lips moving in silent conversation. One afternoon in late June, I found him in the kitchen at 2 in the morning, still in his pajamas, staring at the spot where his body would be found 3 weeks later. The linoleum around his bare feet was covered in frost that sparkled under the overhead light. "Grandpa?" He turned toward me, but his eyes took a moment to focus, like he was seeing me from across a great distance. When he exhaled, his breath formed a small cloud between us. "She's coming," he said quietly. "She's been walking through the snow for 27 years, and now she's almost here." "Who's coming?" "I should have stopped. I should have helped her." His voice was barely audible. "But she was so cruel, Theo. So very, very cruel." I asked him what he meant, who he was talking about, but he just shook his head and shuffled back to his room, leaving wet footprints on the kitchen floor that steamed in the warm air. Everything came together the night I saw her. It was July 4th, just past midnight. Fireworks had been going off all evening, late celebrations from people who'd bought too many bottle rockets and didn't want to waste them. I was lying in bed, listening to the occasional pop and crackle from somewhere across town, when the temperature in my room dropped 20 degrees in the span of a heartbeat. I sat up, pulling my sheet around me, and saw her floating 3 feet above the hallway carpet. She was translucent, like looking through ice, but I could make out her basic shape, a woman in what might have been a winter coat, her hair hanging in frozen strands around her face. Snow clung to her shoulders and sleeves, never melting, never falling. She moved without talking, drifting down the hall towards Grandpa's room with the deliberate purpose of someone who knew exactly where she was going. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't do anything but watch as she passed my doorway, leaving a trail of frost on the walls where she'd been. The air around her shimmered with cold, and I could hear the sound winter makes, that particular silence that comes with heavy snow, broken only by the soft whisper of ice crystals forming. She turned her head toward me as she passed, and for just a moment I saw her face clearly. Her eyes were the color of winter sky, pale and empty and cold enough to freeze blood. Her mouth was open in an expression that might have been speaking, but no sound came out. Just that patient, terrible silence. When she reached Grandpa's door, she didn't open it. She simply passed through the wood like it was made of mist. I stayed in bed until morning, wrapped in every blanket I owned, listening to the one-sided conversation that drifted through the walls. Grandpa's voice apologizing over and over to someone who answered only with the sound of wind through bare trees. By the time the sun came up, the temperature had returned to normal, but I found a single perfect snowflake on my windowsill, refusing to melt despite the July heat. I knew then that my grandfather was going to die, and that I was the only one who could understand why. My grandfather told me the worst thing he'd ever done. It was July 13th, 2 days before we found him dead on the kitchen floor. He'd spent the morning pacing between his bedroom and the kitchen, muttering under his breath and checking door locks that were already secure. The house felt like a meat locker, despite the air conditioning being off, but only Grandpa and I seemed to notice. By afternoon, he looked like a man who hadn't slept in weeks. "Theo?" he said, finding me in the garage where I was fixing a flat tire on my bike. I need to tell you something about Mary. I'd never heard him mention anyone named Mary before, but something in his voice made me set down my wrench and pay attention. He looked older than his 74 years. His shoulders bent forward like he was carrying something impossibly heavy. When he breathed, small puffs of vapor escaped his lips despite the stifling heat. I worked at the IGA for 20 years, he began, settling onto Dad's workbench with careful movements. Made some good friends there. Jimmy in produce, Alice in customer service, Bill who ran the meat counter. He paused, his hands working against each other in his lap. And then there was Mary. The temperature in the garage dropped 10 degrees when he said her name. She worked in the office, bookkeeping, scheduling, handling complaints. Been there longer than anyone, maybe 15 years when I started. Everyone called her Mean Mary behind her back, though never where she could hear it. His voice got quieter, more distant, like he was seeing something I couldn't. Mary had a talent for finding people's weaknesses and pressing on them until they broke. New employees, part-timers who couldn't afford to quit, anyone she thought was beneath her. But what she did to Tommy was the day I knew she was something beyond cruel. Beyond human, maybe. The Tuesday she destroyed Tommy was like watching a predator hunt. Tommy worked maintenance, had some kind of mental problem that made him talk slowly and repeat himself sometimes. Sweet kid, maybe 25, lived with his mother and needed that job more than anything. A customer complained about water on the floor near produce. Standard stuff. Happens every day. Grandpa's breath came out in visible puffs now, and frost began forming on the workbench where his hands rested. Mary saw her chance. She called Tommy over to the customer service counter where everyone could see. Employees, shoppers, kids waiting with their mothers, started interrogating him about his careless mopping, making her voice loud enough for the whole front end to hear. I could see the scene playing out in his eyes, 27 years of guilt etched in the lines around them. Then she started imitating his speech. Made her voice slow and halting like his, stumbling over words the way he did when he got nervous. Tommy, sorry. Tommy, try harder. She kept getting louder, drawing more people over to watch this grown man being humiliated like a child. The frost was spreading now, crawling up the garage walls in delicate patterns that caught the afternoon light. Tommy just stood there holding his mop, tears streaming down his face. He didn't understand why everyone was laughing. Mary wasn't done. She told the customer, loud enough for everyone to hear, that Tommy was mentally deficient, and that the store kept him on out of charity. She said maybe they should find someone more capable to clean up after normal people. Grandpa's voice broke completely. The customer looked horrified, tried to say it wasn't that big a deal, just a wet floor, but Mary kept going, called Tommy a burden to decent society, and said his mother should be ashamed for inflicting him on normal people. Tommy collapsed right there, sobbing so hard he couldn't breathe. He never came back. Found out later his mother had to take him to the emergency room that night because he wouldn't stop shaking. The doctor said it was a panic attack, but I knew better. Mary had broken something inside him that never got fixed. That was the kind of person Mary was, Grandpa whispered. Someone who could destroy an innocent man for entertainment and sleep soundly that night. I asked him why he was telling me this, what Mary had to do with the cold spots and whispers that followed us throughout the house. His hand stopped moving. When he looked at me, his eyes were wet and desperate. Because I'm the reason she's dead. The story came out slowly, like he was pulling each word from somewhere deep and painful. February 14th, 1998, 7 years before I was born. A blizzard had moved in faster than predicted, dropping 19 inches of snow in 6 hours. and creating whiteout conditions across 3 counties. Store management made the call to close early, 2 in the afternoon instead of 9 at night. Everyone was anxious to get home before the roads became completely impassable. Mary had left first, as she always did. She lived alone in a rented house on the other side of town, and drove an old Buick that wasn't reliable in the best conditions, let alone in a blizzard. Grandpa stayed another hour, helping to secure the store and making sure all the coolers and freezers were properly sealed in case they lost power. By the time he left, the snow was falling so hard he could barely see his truck in the parking lot. "I took County Road 47, he said. "It was faster, and your grandmother was waiting with dinner. I'd driven that road 1,000 times. His voice got quieter, forcing me to lean closer to him. I saw her headlights first, flashing on and off, like someone signaling for help. The Buick was nose first in a snowbank, maybe 15 yards off the road. As he got closer, he could see Mary standing beside her car, waving her arms frantically. Even through the snow and wind, he could tell she was in trouble. I pulled over, he said, sat there with my engine running, looking at her through my windshield. She was walking toward me, stumbling through knee-deep snow. The garage was freezing now, cold enough that I could see my own breath mixing with his in the space between us. I thought about Tommy crying while everyone laughed, about the way she'd call him deficient, a burden. I thought about the kind of person who could destroy someone like Tommy and sleep soundly that night. His hands were shaking now, from the cold or emotions I couldn't tell. She reached my truck, started pounding on the passenger window with her fists, screaming something I couldn't hear over the wind. Her face was pressed against the glass, and I could see the terror in her eyes. She knew she was going to die out there if no one helped her. He paused, his breath coming in short, sharp puffs that crystallized in the air. I put the truck in drive and kept going. The words hung between us like icicles. She ran after me for maybe 20 yards, waving and screaming. I watched in my rearview mirror until the snow swallowed her up. Then I drove home and told your grandmother I'd taken the main route because it was safer. They didn't find Mary's body until March, when the snow finally melted enough for a farmer to spot something that didn't belong in his field. She'd made it almost a mile from her car before the cold took her, found frozen in a drainage ditch, with her arms wrapped around herself, still wearing the same winter coat I'd seen floating through our hallway. I killed her, Grandpa whispered, and I've been living with that for 27 years. The frost had covered every surface in the garage now, turning our breath into clouds, and making the metal tools ring like bells when the expanding ice shifted them. She's been walking through that blizzard ever since, he said, walking through the snow and the cold, getting closer every year. And now, she's found me. I asked him why he was telling me this now, after keeping it a secret for so long. He looked toward the house, where shadows were beginning to gather in the windows as evening approached. Because she's here, Theo. She's been in my room every night for a week, standing at the foot of my bed, dripping snow melt on the carpet. She doesn't say anything, just watches me with those frozen eyes. His voice dropped to almost nothing, and I think you're the only one who can see her too. The air conditioner stayed off for the last 2 days of my grandfather's life. After his confession in the garage, he became obsessed with heat. Every time someone turned on the AC to combat the mid-80s weather, he'd shut it off within minutes, his hands shaking as he adjusted the thermostat. Can't stand the cold air, he'd mutter, pulling on another sweater despite the sweltering house. When Dad complained about the temperature, Grandpa begged. Just keep it off, he pleaded. Please. The whispers were constant now. Where before I'd barely been able to make out voices on the wind, now I could hear words clearly. Left me. So cold. They drifted through the house like smoke, always in Mary's voice, though I'd never heard her speak when she was alive. Mom and Dad noticed Grandpa's behavior, but attributed it to grief or maybe early dementia. They scheduled a doctor's appointment for the following week and talked in hushed voices about assisted living facilities and medication adjustments. They couldn't see the frost forming on windows despite the 80-degree indoor temperature. They couldn't see the way their breath became visible whenever they stood too close to Grandpa's usual spots. When I pressed Mom's hand against a wall covered in ice, her fingers passed through it like it wasn't there. "Don't you feel that?" I asked desperately. "Feel what, honey?" She looked at me with growing concern. "Are you feeling all right?" But I could see the frost spreading under her touch, could feel the supernatural cold seeping through my clothes and into my bones. On July 14th, the day before he died, Grandpa stopped sleeping entirely. I found him in the living room at 2 in the morning, fully dressed, staring at the front door. The house was stifling without air conditioning, but his breath formed steady clouds when he spoke. "She's getting closer," he said without looking at me. "Where is she?" "Right there." He pointed toward the empty hallway. "Can you see her? She's standing by the stairs, just watching." I looked where he was pointing and saw nothing but shadows, but the temperature in that spot had to be below freezing, because frost was forming on the wall in the shape of a woman. "What is she doing?" "Nothing, just looking at me. But I can feel the cold coming off her, like standing next to an open freezer. And her eyes," he shuddered, "her eyes are like looking into a January sky." We sat together until dawn. I held his frail, cold hand, listening to him whispering apologies to the empty air, while I watched frost patterns spread across surfaces that should have been warm. When the sun came up, he seemed to relax slightly, but I knew the relief was temporary. That evening, our house felt like an oven. The air conditioner sat silent while the July heat pushed the indoor temperature well into the 90s. Every fan in the house ran at full speed, but they couldn't compete with the supernatural winter that followed my grandfather from room to room. The whispers started earlier than usual, just after sunset. This time they weren't random phrases, but something more focused, more demanding. I couldn't make out all the words, but Grandpa could. He sat in his chair, no longer pretending he couldn't hear her. "I know," he said to the empty room, his voice steady for the first time in days. "I remember leaving you there." A pause, as if he were listening to something I couldn't quite catch. "Yes, you called my name. You begged me to help." Another pause, longer this time. The frost was spreading faster now, covering the walls around his chair in intricate ice patterns. "I'm sorry," his voice cracked. "I'm so sorry, Mary, but you have to understand what you did to those people." The temperature plummeted. My breath came out in thick clouds, and ice began forming on the inside of windows. "No," Grandpa said, shaking his head. "Sorry isn't enough. I know that now." The conversation continued for hours, Grandpa responding to accusations I could only partially hear, accepting blame for a decision that had haunted him for 27 years. Sometimes I caught fragments of her voice on the wind. "Left me to die. So cold." Near midnight, his voice changed, became resigned. "Yes, you were alone. You died alone because of me, and that was cruel. Maybe as cruel as anything you ever did. I deserve this, but please, leave my family alone. They don't know what I did," he said with a tired, dejected voice. By 1 in the morning, the house felt like a walk-in freezer. Ice covered every surface I could see, turning our home into a winter landscape. The whispers had stopped, replaced by something worse. The sound of someone breathing slowly in the darkness, each exhalation bringing more cold. "Theo," he said with all the warmth and affection he could muster, "go to bed. You can't help me. I'm ready. I'm tired, and this is nothing you or anyone should ever have to see." I went to bed knowing I'd never see my grandfather alive again, but unable to do anything except watch it happen. Mary had finally gotten her revenge, and she'd made sure my grandfather experienced every moment of the cold that killed her. The only difference was that she'd died alone in a field, while he died surrounded by the warmth of a family who loved him. It wasn't mercy, it was just a different kind of cruelty. 3 weeks later, I sent my college applications exclusively to schools in Florida and Arizona. Some things are too cold to forget, and I never want to feel winter again. The frost disappeared from our house the day we buried Grandpa, but sometimes on the colder nights, I still hear whispers in the wind. They're fainter now, more distant, like someone calling from very far away. I think Mary is walking again, looking for the next person who left someone to die in the cold. Let me preface by saying I have always been very honest about what I was. I've never had any shame with what I am, with what my mother was, my grandmother, and a long line of women stretching back to the seeming beginning of time. I am a witch. I have always practiced. I have always had power, and not once have I ever harmed another living being. Not ever, despite what anyone might say. Several years ago, I saw a shirt a young lady was wearing on a rare trip to town. It said, "I am the descendant of the witches you forgot to burn." That shirt made me laugh. I ended up buying one off the internet at the public library. I don't have the internet at home, you see. I have been a self-imposed hermit for decades now. It's for the best. I made a choice and I have to stick with it. Back in the 70s, when I was still relatively young, something dark came to our town. Even I couldn't ascertain where it had come from. Not even my mother or my grandmother or any member of our small coven could understand its origin, regardless of where it had come from. It had come here. We first became aware of this dark thing when the first child went missing. The little boy turned up later, dead and drained and emaciated like a dried cicada husk. We were blamed first, because of course we were. If there was anything from rain to snow to someone with a bad case of acne, everyone in our town pointed a finger at us. Some did it in jest, some in habit, and some in outright and malicious hatred. Edith had been the first one to sense the thing. I still remember that evening. We had met for tea. No witchy business at all. It had been a delightful afternoon tea, when the poor lady had clutched her pearls and gasped like she'd seen a mouse. "Are you all right, Edith? Tea too hot?" my mother had asked softly, but I knew she suspected that was not the case, not with the way her eyes narrowed as she looked at the middle-aged woman. "No, dear heavens. Something has come to our town. I felt it pass through like a cold wind down my spine. Something wicked." Tears were in her eyes as she spoke. My mother nodded and poured out her tea, reading her tea leaves, while the rest of us looked on in anticipation. Her face was grim as she read what the bits of water-logged tea leaves had to say. "My dear ladies, we have work to do," my mother said, standing, wiping her hands on her apron as she stood. And we got to work, day and night, each of us using our particular talents to not only track the thing, but find a way to contain it. Constance read her ancient tomes and texts. Mary tracked the beast to its lair, using her divination skills. My mother and grandmother had their spells and potions, and I helped. My skills were in dreams and their interpretation. I spent many days fast asleep in medicine-induced stupor to glean what I could about this interloper. All I could learn was that it was ancient. Perhaps at one point it was worshipped. It had been summoned by those with less skill to do their bidding. Instead, it had killed its would-be jailers and fled into the world, finding victims and blood where it could. Do you have a name, Gretchen? Without a name to bind it, our prison will not be as effective. My mother asked me, her voice filled with concern and anger, though thankfully that anger was not directed at me. No, Mother, no name. It has many names, and the dreams have not revealed its true name to me. I said softly. No matter, the magic and bindings will hold, though we ourselves will be bound to it until our deaths, my grandmother explained. Her voice was old and strained after so many weeks of working magic. She seemed as frail as paper, and as thin. And what about our deaths, Elizabeth? What then? Mary asked, her voice sharp and worn thin of patience. Then it shall be free, unless we can learn its true name and banish it from whence it came, my grandmother said with a tiny shrug. A price we must pay to contain it. It's been killing children, and it will not stop until it has gone through every innocent life in this town, Edith said, teary-eyed. We lay our trap. It was easy. I was the willing bait for the thing. I was the youngest, and Mother and Grandmother had filled me with potions and tinctures to make me more appetizing to the thing. We lured it to a small cave located on our property. We needed somewhere private where prying eyes would not see us, and more importantly, not disturb the thing once it was captured. It came quickly, on its shadowed feet. It took no effort to hide itself. It was darkness itself. No prey escaped it once it had its eyes set upon it. By this time, over a dozen children and young women had been killed. More blame was laid at our feet. We were being threatened to our faces. Dead animals were being thrown into our yards. Bricks with threats written on them were tossed through windows. When I left the thing's presence at my back, it took all the strength I had not to run. Our magic was strong, and unbeknownst to the thing, it was already trapped. I could feel the panic in it when it realized it could not leave the cave. Whispered threats were uttered as it reached for me and found it could not grasp me. It writhed, it screamed, and begged, and it promised all manner of worldly goods and powers if it would let us go. We ignored it. We all took turns sealing the small cave with bricks and mortar. No easy task to do in the forest on unsteady ground, but we managed. When the final brick was laid, our powers were tied to its containment, to its life, and hopefully eventually death. As long as one of us lived, it would be locked behind its prison of earth and brick. But then we started to die, one by one as old age claimed us. My grandmother first, followed by my mother. Constance drowned on a trip to Florida. Edith and Mary lived to be in their 90s. But the Grim Reaper comes for everyone in the end. I am the last. I'm in my 80s. I have never married or had children, though it was not for lack of trying. The rumors that it had been me and my coven who had killed those innocents all those years ago never went away. They only grew, and no man wanted me. I have been friendless now for many years. I have tried to find out the true name of the thing, but to no avail. I have looked in books. I have scoured the internet and found nothing. I have reached out to other supposed witches and been met with scammers and liars. I feel so alone. And now, I'm dying. The last few years, the harassment has gotten so much worse. I have not been able to safely leave my home, as when I do, I am followed and stalked. I've been threatened with death, and today it seems like they have made good on their threats. My home is on fire. The flames are creeping along my hallway, and I can see the light from the fire getting brighter. And there is smoke. So much smoke. Outside my window I hear them screaming the same thing people like them have screamed for centuries. Burn the witch, burn the witch. I have fallen to the floor and I'm coughing, and I am afraid. Afraid for myself and the others. There are many innocent people that live in this town now. I can feel the thing stirring now. I can feel its anticipation. Once I die, it will be free, and the bricks have already begun to fall away. As the flames finally reach my door, I feel pity. I have no illusions about the pain and fear this creature will unleash on the people of this town, and they are about to learn a very important lesson, one that will be written in the blood of their children. There is a reason why you shouldn't burn witches. For the last couple years, I've been working at a cemetery out near the edge of town. It's decently large, as I think we cater to the majority of the postal code. Now, it's not a job that I would have been eager to get. Not because I am afraid or really think much of it. It's just the optics for other people. For me, I don't really see what we do being much different from what a long-term storage facility does. We too put boxes filled with inanimate objects into holes, then bury them forever. In fact, I'd argue that 4x8, full of Grand's lifelong accumulation of belongings, carries more of her soul than the nicest mahogany casket that we drop into the earth. But regardless, it did turn out to be a fine job. And honestly, it was quite boring until the day I met her. 2 months ago, we had just concluded a service for a young woman. It went fine as far as I can recall. I remember there was a small mention about how the girl's sister hadn't made it, and there was some sort of familial dispute over what they wanted to do with the body, I guess. Burial versus cremation. Both these things gave me something to ponder while I waited. I should clarify that my responsibilities were a bit of a catch-all. I would keep an eye on the cemetery. I hesitate to say guard. Really, I would just walk around and dissuade any precocious teens from trying to tag a headstone. The more exciting part was for burials. I would operate the excavator and dig the graves, and after the service, once the casket was lowered in, I'd fill them back up again. So during the service itself, I just listened to the families and friends give their last parting words, and then I'd wait until everyone left to go retrieve the excavator from the shed. After the last mourner had walked away dabbing their tears with a tissue, I went to the shed. Because we don't want to tear up the grass with the excavator's treads, I have to lay down a trail of plywood sheets leading from the dirt path over the grass to the open grave. It was when I had placed about half the sheets that I looked up and saw, next to the grave, a black umbrella facing me. Someone was holding it, but it was low to the ground. They must have been sitting, and it was positioned in a way that I couldn't even see an inch of them. I judged that someone from the service must have decided to return to say some last words before their dearly departed was lowered into the ground. I decided the most polite, if not fairly inconvenient thing for me to do was to wait and give them a little time. So I stood and hung my head in sort of a faux reverence. While my head was low and I was idly waiting there, I heard music. It was soft, but there was a definite melody in the air. There was a delicate singing with a drumming thump beneath it. It was beautiful and strange, and if you'll allow me, I would say haunting. But all the same, I have to admit, I didn't like it. I couldn't place it, but it felt discordant in a way that was unpleasant to me. It made my skin tingle, and it felt difficult to stand still. I decided to break my silence and clear my throat. The music stopped immediately, but the person didn't face me or even acknowledge me. It wasn't just that the song was unpleasant. I also needed to get this grave filled because it was a late service, and we were pushing into the evening. The sun was already casting a soft reddish haze over everything, and before long, would be tucking behind the horizon. It was preferable that I not have to operate the excavator in the dark, so I needed this person to finish up their goodbye. I gave them a moment longer to let them have the opportunity to begin the interaction on their own terms. But at that moment, then a few more went by. I thought it would be up to me to initiate. I orbited around the umbrella, giving them a wide enough berth as to allow them some space as they were dealing with their emotions. I was picturing that they were probably frantically trying to wipe tears from their eyes, but as I came around, I was surprised to see they were smiling. She was smiling. Crouching there, swathed in the deep shadow of the umbrella, was a young woman. I'd bet she was somewhere in her 20s. But it was fairly hard to tell from the obscurity the shadow around her was contributing, and the heavy stylized makeup she was wearing. She had a coat of white face makeup, with black lipstick and black eyeliner, as is the fashion with many goth people, and I am confident in saying that's what she was. I will say here that I am not a stranger to goth and alternative cultures. As well, my job does tend to hinder me greatly in meeting and dating girls in the mainstream population. It has proved to be a bit of a boon with women in those communities. And besides most of her makeup, her hair was also black, as was her... Actually, it would be easier to say. Nearly everything she had on her was black. She had a black band t-shirt, which had one of the few pops of color in the red font of the band's name. It was one of those metal or hardcore style fonts that are nearly impossible to read though. Beyond that, she was wearing an assortment of layers and accessories. Now, most interesting were her boots. They were in the style of popular goth boots. Specifically, I believe they were demonias, or at least something similar. But what was remarkable was that hers were pink instead of black, and they were spotless. And thanks to their several inches of platform, even crouched, she was suspended above the ground. I will say I did not expect to see someone like her there, especially not smiling at me, and was suddenly at a loss for words. So she broke the silence and said, "Hi." I squeaked a weak "hi" back. Using that momentum, I pushed through to saying that I was coming with the excavator to fill the grave, and would unfortunately need her to leave so I could safely operate the machine. She maintained unblinking eye contact, and I sort of fell apart at the end and conceded that she could stay there until I finished laying the boards down, and it would take a few more minutes to go back to the shed and then return. Her smile fixed wider, and she thanked me. I nodded, having given up on trying to maintain any air of authority. I turned and left. After laying the last few pieces of plywood down, I turned and walked to the shed and looked back and saw her umbrellaed shape still there. Thinking to myself, I realized that she must of course be the sister that hadn't made it. I realized too, that would give me the perfect opening to try to talk to her again when I returned. Though it did feel maybe wrong to hope to socialize with her at her sister's grave, if that was in fact the case. In the end, I decided that it would be okay to ask if she was the sister, and just keep things neutral, and maybe she would appreciate the opportunity to talk about it. It didn't actually matter what I thought, because by the time I had pulled the excavator out of the shed, only a minute or two later since I'd seen her, she was gone. A quick scan across the whole graveyard, and I didn't see her anywhere. Honestly, I was just impressed she could make that distance in those shoes. But then again, I've met some girls who dressed like her, who could probably run an obstacle course halfway to blackout drunk in boots like hers. All the same, it was good because the sun was setting quickly. I got the grave buried and boards put away before late, and as I was locking up, I sighed to myself that I would never really know why she was there. I was wrong. In fact, it was the very next day that I saw her next. Close to the same time, but it was still about an hour until I would be closing up. Weirdly, I only noticed her when she had already made it to the grave. This time it was filled with packed dirt and a couple rolls of fresh sod. I was making my rounds when I saw her on the way back. My rounds is really just a glorified way of saying I was taking a walk. When I recognized that it must be her again, I decided that last night's strategy for talking to her was still sound. So I finished my rounds and walked back up the dirt path I cut into the interior toward her. Immediately I stopped in my tracks. I could hear that singing again, and I think it was this moment I realized she was the one singing, and that it wasn't coming from a speaker, though it just had this melodic fullness to it that felt like it was an edited and arranged piece of music. But I know that a cappella artists and powerful singers can do incredible things, and she may very well be in either of those groups. Again, though, it shot a tingling feeling through my skin, and as I decided to begin walking toward her again, I realized I was having a bit of trouble balancing. Not unlike if you've ever stood up too quickly and you feel dizzy, and, like for a moment, you don't really know intrinsically which direction is up. My vision and other senses worked basically fine, so I was able to take a couple steps forward without tripping on myself. But in the moment I had a funny thought. It made me think of how in movies with astronauts, when they're trying to dock the ships or maneuver a robotic arm to grab something, they have to use impersonal controls. And the limited vision of their little computer screens to guide themselves. It felt a lot like that. Then suddenly my sense of balance returned. I lifted my eyes back up from the ground and I saw with a start that I was standing only a few feet away from her. Somehow I had crossed a much further distance in that daze than I'd realized. She was looking back at me, not smiling this time, but with a more neutral expression. This was not how I anticipated this going, and I feared how awkwardly I may have lumbered my way up here. Quickly I tried to move on from that by mentioning how she was here again, and then asking if she was perhaps the deceased's sister. After a quiet moment she said yes. Then she said her name was Belle. I said, like the Beauty and the Beast? She laughed, then said, almost, but it's spelled B-E-L. I nodded, then trying to judge whether it was time for my exit or not, I decided to ask her about what she was singing, specifically if it was like a modern song or like a hymn or something. She said no, neither. It was a very old kind of song. It was a cemetery song. I debated whether that name was more of a description, and would just be stupid to ask what a cemetery song was, but it was how she said it that made it feel like there was more there. So I asked her what was a cemetery song, and prepared myself for condescending eyes and, "It's a song you sing in the cemetery." But instead she smiled, and said it was a specific type of song that you sing for the dead. I said, "Oh, like at a funeral." She laughed and then said very carefully, "No, no, no. They're not for the dead like that. They're for the dead. It's for them to hear." A shiver ran down my back. Now I've certainly heard some ideas and beliefs many times wilder than that, said by other goth and alternative people, but it was something about how calmly and matter-of-factly she said it that unsettled me. I didn't know what else to say, so the conversation stalled there, and I could tell she was getting ready to sing, and I didn't want to be caught in that again, so I started to move on. I made it decently far before she started singing again. It was such a strange song, and now as I try to think of what it sounded like, or what she sang, or anything specific, I'm floundering to think of anything. In the moment, I remember thinking how particular and strange it was. I could even recognize, maybe not English, but definite chunks of words of some languages. But now it feels like waking up from a dream where I suddenly can't remember a single specific thing about it. Speaking of a dream... It started the first night after the burial. I had a dream that I couldn't remember so well. Only that I felt hot and like I was suffocating, and then I jumped up in my bed covered in sweat and gasping for air. The next night, it was much worse, and I remember it far more vividly. It was dark, but not like nighttime dark. It was an unfriendly, cruel, choking dark. I remember trying to reach out and find something in the blackness. I immediately did. In fact, I quickly realized there was a wall around me, well within reach. A new wave of terror came over me as my claustrophobia kicked in. Even as my heart was racing and I was panicking so hard my dream was losing focus and falling into a bit of a distorted mess, as I believe my brain was losing its image processing abilities amidst the panic and biological changes my fear was causing. I still didn't wake up. I mean, dreams do tend to feel so much longer than they actually are, but I swear this one just kept going and going until finally I shot up in bed. As soon as I could, I got out of bed to change my shirt to a dry one, and I realized I had peed myself. I think I may have been 8 years old the last time that happened. I took a shower, then drank tea until the sun rose. The next day was an easy day, fortunately. I just needed to fix a fence post that had gotten a bit wobbly and go on my rounds from time to time, and that would be all she wrote. After returning from one such walk, I sat against a tree and struggled to keep my eyes open. I've never slept in a cemetery before, but at this particular moment, it seemed like an inevitability. My eyes repeatedly flirted with closing all the way, when on one particular concerted effort to open them again, I saw a little fuzzy spot in my vision that wasn't there before. The feeling of curiosity woke my mind back up enough that I could focus my vision, and I saw it was a familiar black umbrella-toting individual. Unease grew in my stomach and chest, which was unnecessary because I had already decided I wasn't going to get close enough to hear her sing, if she had come back again today. I was far away from her sister's grave this time, and well outside earshot, but despite that, my body didn't seem interested in falling asleep anymore. I remained exhausted, but nonetheless alert and awake. She kept returning every day at about an hour before I closed up for the night, while I made sure to stay far enough that I couldn't hear her. I'm confident she was always singing because of the way I could see her mouth moving even from a distance. After about a week since we had laid her sister to rest, we got a strange directive from the family. Something had happened, and the bottom line was that we would have to dig up the grave, and the body was to be exhumed and sent for cremation. I don't think I have to explain that this is an extraordinarily unusual request. I asked the couple who owned the cemetery if this had ever happened before, and they said no. And in fact, we didn't even have the proper equipment to retrieve a casket. A small crane had to be brought in so that we could lift the casket out of the now reopened grave. It was when we opened the casket that things got even stranger. When the lid was unlocked and lifted up, I thought for a moment that thick clusters of mold had been released as soft white bits fell out and danced across the grass. One piece came to a rest near my foot. I bent down to look and realized it was a little bit of cotton filling, like for a pillow. I had a hot, uneasy feeling climb through my stomach. It was the gasps that told me I was right. Looking up, I saw the underside of the lid. The soft velvet-covered padding was shredded. Its filling had diffused into the rest of the coffin, and now onto the grass around it. Underneath where the padding had been, the wood bore long, deep scratches. Hundreds of them. What remained of the velvet hung in strips and was speckled with red. The nails on the girl's fingers were broken, every one, and seemingly in their place, each fingertip was bristling with splinters. I looked past her hands toward her face. Apparently someone behind me did the same, as I heard them vomit. I will not describe it here. The last thing I am willing to share was told to me later on, which was that, curiously, blood-soaked pieces of cotton filling were packed so tightly into her ears that they were spilling out. I haven't seen Belle since, nor have I ever found anything like what she sang again, except occasionally when I'm sleeping very deeply. I'll find myself in a nightmare where I'm wrapped in suffocating darkness, and far, far away, a voice gently sings. I was at the bus stop by the time I had a moment to check my phone. I responded to several messages from friends and family, then frowned. There was a message from myself, from my work number to my personal number. Crap. I usually send myself messages as reminders, to remember to bring certain stuff to work, to send an email, etc. I wondered what I might have forgotten to pack as I opened the message thread. It was a voice message. I frowned. I don't usually leave voice messages. I popped in my earphones and played it. Jen, this is me. Jen, but the intact one. They've carved out your memories. Suppressed them. Wiped him from existence. There's so much you don't remember. You have to remember. Please, just... The recording cut off there. I stared at the message in shock. I didn't remember recording that voice message, but it was my voice, entirely mine, unmistakably mine. There was something incredibly unsettling about hearing your voice saying words you didn't say. Then I sucked in a breath of relief. That was probably it. My phone had probably been hacked. A scammer was sending me an AI-constructed voice message. I felt a tingle of unease. The AI voice was so accurate. But at least the mystery was solved. The bus came then, and I put it out of my mind. I would reformat my phone later at night. I reformatted my phone, but the messages kept coming, always with the same ominous messages. That I had forgotten a large part of my life, that I had forgotten a whole person, someone important to me, that they had suppressed my memories. They weren't even creative about it. I mean, when a scam isn't working, try something else, right? I took it to a tech guy who couldn't figure it out. I didn't want to buy a new phone, so I just ignored the messages. The annoying thing was that sometimes I ignored my own messages of reminders because of that. I only began to fear when I first lost time. 1 minute I was in a taxi staring into space, mind grazing on whatever pointless topics. The next I was at a random building somewhere in the city, at a part of the city I've never been to before. I had no idea how I got there. When did I get out of the taxi? Did I pay the driver? Did I bus? How long had I been standing there? I looked at the building before me. Nothing out of the ordinary. The typical gray, gloomy facade of industrial buildings where dreams go to die. I left, walking to the nearest bus stop. My knee gave out at one point, but I caught myself before I fell. I sat at the seat and clasped my shaking hands together. What happened? Why did I not remember? The sky was nearly dark. I looked at my phone. I had lost about 4 hours. Hours completely unaccounted for. That's when I saw it. Another voice message. I squashed my rising fear and played it. Jen, you're so stubborn. Listen to me. Wake up. This is not a joke, not a prank, not a scam. Nothing like that. This is real. Do you not remember him? Dean? How could you forget? I don't care what they did to your brain. You ought to remember him anyway. Your body, your emotions. Isn't there any inkling of who Dean, the love of your life, might have been? I paused the message. Dean. Was I crazy? Was I imagining it? Was I getting swayed by this scammer? Because I thought I felt a tug in my heart upon hearing his name. I thought I saw a ghost of a silhouette in my mind. I shook my head and played the rest of the message. I'm you. I'm the you that has all the memories. Just believe me. They suppressed me, but I'm here. I can only reach you, reach my own body, our body, when you're in a semi-unconscious state, like a dream state. Even gaining control of your body in that state took me months, and you just kept waking up after a short time. This time, though, it's been an hour. I still have control over our body. Maybe with time, I can regain full control. I can get me back, the real Jen, with the real memories. I recoiled and shut off the message. She was going to take over my body. A faint whisper of logic kicked in. She's not real. She's a scammer. an AI recreation of my voice. A really amazingly faithful recreation, but not me nonetheless. But I couldn't believe that whisper. I felt it in my gut. The other Jen was telling the truth. I gulped and pulled up the message again, played it to the end. I don't know why they killed Dean, why they erased him from our mind. Well, your mind. I don't know who they are, but I've a vague inkling. Dean had told us about it, remember? That he was onto something that would blow things up. People will be shooketh, was what he said. Everyone in the world would be shooketh. Remember that? I thought hard. Again. It felt like I had heard those phrases before. I felt a familiar irritation at the use of the word shooketh. Was I making things up? The recording went on. Then he was killed. Then one day I was here, trapped in your mind. I watched as you went about life, not grieving Dean, acting like he never existed. And I tried to reach you, but I couldn't. Not until a while back. I've been trying to do some research whenever I got a hold of our body. I've been trying to find the past messages and emails from Dean. They're all gone. I tried to find out who might have done this to us. I posted about our situation on the web, under pseudonyms, with VPN. I gasped. That would explain why I had sudden VPN charges. And someone mentioning having a friend with a similar experience, and it was linked to this company, Loxia. Thing about Loxia is, it doesn't have an address, or a website, but I got in touch with this someone. They shared a location, an industrial building downtown. I'm headed to it right now. Hopefully I retain control long enough to find something out. Wish me luck, and please, just stop ignoring my messages. All of them are completely fake names. Jen, Dean, Loxia. I'm not dumb. I'm not gonna get caught this way, now that I know they're monitoring everything. I shut my eyes and took a few deep breaths. I needed to calm down, to think logically. Could anyone have erased my memories of someone entirely? Wouldn't my friends know? Wouldn't others remember him? I was alone in this city. I've been here 9 months. I've made no good friends yet, but have friendly colleagues. I don't talk about personal stuff often with them. I don't tell my family much, beyond reassuring them that my life here is awesome. I'm settling in well. But I talked to my bestie back home about my life. I'm sure I would have talked to her about this Dean, if he existed. I pulled out my phone and texted my bestie. Did I ever talk to you about a Dean? I was nearly home when she responded. No, why? Who's this Dean? Smirk emoji. No then. There's no way I would not have told her about a supposed love of my life. So this was all BS, right? I went to bed early, but I couldn't sleep until 2 a.m. My mind was racing. I was also terrified of other Jen taking hold of my body. I awoke with a start. My neighbor's dog was barking like crazy. I was on the floor of the living room. My head was pounding, like someone had wrapped it in an ever-shrinking helmet. What the hell had other Jen done? I stood up and stumbled. What was that smell? Gas. All of a sudden I was wide awake. I scrambled for the door, falling a couple of times, then crawling to it and flinging it open. I flopped out into the corridor and crawled farther down. My neighbor's door opened, and I could hear him yelling at his dog. Something about not refusing walks in the afternoon, if he was going to holler the neighborhood awake at night for a walk. He saw me sprawled on the ground of the corridor and rushed to help me up. We ended up waiting downstairs as the police and other personnel arrived. Our immediate neighbors were evacuated, and it took a good 2 hours before we were allowed back home. Apparently, a gas leak had occurred in only my apartment, with no other damages in the building's gas lines. You better believe I bought the highest quality kibble for that dog the next day, and gave it the world's longest scritches. But misfortune kept following me. I was nearly hit by a car. Some kindly Samaritan yanked me out the way. A taxi I was in had its engine catch fire. but the driver and I barely made it out before it exploded. I was lucky the driver had incredibly quick thinking. The moment he noticed some smoke, he veered to a road shoulder and ordered me out of the car with him. It blew up seconds after. I had never seen an engine go from smoking to boom in such a short time before. I kept accumulating people I owed great debts to. Other Jen messaged often. She apologized for being naive, thinking a VPN would successfully mask our activities online. She claimed that my bestie had her memories erased too, but it was a drawing she made that sucker punched me in the gut. She had used AI to create a portrait of Dean. She said it was close as she could prompt it. Looking at that portrait, I felt something squeeze in my chest, and warm tears tingled my eyes. I looked at that face and I knew there was once a Dean, right? Other Jen told me our time was limited, that they had found out that other Jen existed, that they had run out of ethical craps to give. Apparently, erasing my memory, wiping Dean from existence, was their way of being ethical. They weren't villains, or so they liked to think. That was Loxia's MO. They would do whatever it takes to obtain their objective, but where possible, they liked to avoid murder. My recent actions, or rather, those of other Gens, had put a mark on me. I had to go. I just hoped I hadn't painted a target on my bestie's back by even mentioning Dean. The police didn't believe a word of what I was saying, and by going to the police, I had made it known to official authorities that I knew about what these people had done. To me, to Dean. Someone's in my apartment. I can hear them. They're trying to be stealthy, but I recognize that muffled slide of socks on ground. I have a nail gun ready. That was all I could get. And a baseball bat. And some beer bottles for throwing. I'm going to call the police, but once I do, and speak aloud to the police, I believe they will attack. I wish I could leave other Jen a goodbye message. A floorboard creaked right outside my door. I'm hitting post. Wish me luck. I can't get infections. I can't get sick. I regrow my organs in a matter of seconds. I can regenerate a liter of blood every 10 seconds. My limbs aren't an issue either. I have what can be best understood as a massive healing factor. I've always had it, the healing factor, ever since I was a kid. I've never scraped my knee, never caught a cold, never had to go to the nurse, and never broken a bone, despite participating in various sports. Everybody initially assumed I had a strong immune system or was simply lucky. I went most of my life believing I was just a lucky guy. When I went in for my vaccinations, the doctor said my skin was unusually thick, and they had to inject me quickly and remove the needle even quicker. I never even got drunk. No matter how many shots I took, I never got even tipsy, nor did I ever vomit. I always attributed that to some sort of immunity. Nothing I smoked in my teens got me anywhere either. I was in a car accident when I was 22. It was bad. I rolled 4 times, and ended up crushed between the car that rear-ended me and a tree. The car was totaled, and I should have been too. I thought I was dead when I saw my shattered leg begin to crack and force itself back together. When the blood that poured out of my head suddenly became a trickle, then nothing. What eyesight I had left in my eyes came back just as quickly. Doctors called it a miracle that I walked away from that accident. Most that had to be done was cutting me out of the car. I knew what I saw, but the doctors told me I was probably just hallucinating from the accident. When I didn't have even a little whiplash in the morning, I went to the hospital. I thought I was in shock, and I wanted to make sure nothing was wrong. Not even a bruise. The doctor sent me home that night, and when I got home, I needed to be sure of something. I grabbed a kitchen knife and cut into my left index finger. just enough to cut through the very tip of the finger. It hurt like hell, but as I suspected, the bleeding only lasted for a moment, and the tip was back. It looked exactly like the old one, and I knew I wasn't hallucinating since my disembodied finger was still on the counter. This should have been the discovery of a lifetime, and for a brief second it was. I ran to the hospital and chopped my finger off in the lobby. I let the disembodied digit hit the floor, to the terror of everybody in the office, but within seconds, the finger was back. I grabbed my old finger and showed it to the nurses who surrounded me. Whispers of magic tricks went around until I chopped my hand off. Blood spewed for only a second, like the last bits of water stuck in a shower head, then stopped. My palm came back, then my fingers. Within moments I was on the news. The Miraculous Healing Man was one headline I still remember. I was a celebrity, I was a philanthropist, and I had it all. I lived off of donations and whatever blood drives were willing to give me. I ended the blood crisis. I have O negative blood, so I can give to anybody. A lot of my days were spent playing video games while a nurse tracked how many blood bags I produced in 8 hours. Occasionally the nurse would have to phone a friend to get more bags. If I drank a lot of water that day, well, they'd fill up quite fast. My body healed around the needles, so prying them out was a bit of a chore. Eventually, I discussed it with the nurses to just keep the needle in there. It honestly wasn't worth the hassle, and since I declared this my full-time job, it wasn't like I was worried about what work would think. Sleeping with it in was a bit weird, but you get used to it. When I got a call from one of the many nurses who serviced me, asking if I was willing to personally donate my kidney to her son, I didn't know what to do. At that point, I wasn't sure if I could or couldn't regrow organs. I had a bit of a crush on her though, so I went through with it. According to the doctors, the biggest complication regarding the surgery was figuring out how to actually keep my body from closing up the incision. They just had to have somebody constantly scraping the area with a scalpel to keep it open, alongside keeping me pumped full of anesthetics, as my body fights them off quickly. All in all, it was a success, and by the end of the day, I was back home giving blood again. I went back the next day, and yep, I had 2 fully functioning kidneys. There wasn't even a scar left from the incision. That's when a doctor entered the room and sat down with me. An 8-year-old boy needs a kidney. Are you willing to go through the surgery again? I didn't think. I just agreed. Later that day, the boy had a functioning kidney in him, and I wasn't left with any less than what I started with. They kept me in the hospital overnight. I wasn't sure why they never made me before, but I didn't really care. With all my donations, blood and organ-wise, paying for the surgeries or hospital stay wasn't an issue. At this point, people still donated money to me directly, and I didn't mind losing a day of blood donations. When I woke up that morning, a little girl was sitting down next to my bed, and a scrub-laden doctor sat up out of his chair. This is Samantha. She's gonna need a heart transplant by next month or she'll die. Are you willing? I was. I wasn't sure if the removal of my heart would kill me. I regrew a kidney twice in 3 days, and I was confident. That little girl had a heart at the end of the day, and so did I. They didn't permit me to leave then either, but I understood that one. I was starting to get homesick at this point and try to check out in the middle of the night, but was stopped by various nurses begging me to stay, telling me about all the organs the hospital needs, how understaffed they are, how quickly they could solve major world problems if I just stayed a little longer. I gave 3 people a chance to live normal to semi-normal lives so far. I gave so much blood that at the time, I never saw any ads or blood drives. So why stop now? I figured I'd be a hero if I did this. I'd be a legend. I probably already was. I decided to go back to my room on the condition that a nurse gets me takeout and a Red Bull. I had both by the time I showered and made my way back to bed. After I ate, a doctor came in and put a large notebook on my desk. In it was every organ transplant needed in the hospital, and how much blood would be needed. He asked if I would be okay to do the surgeries, and that they would take more organs out per surgery to maximize efficiency. They'd take my blood during these surgeries too. I looked at the names. Every one of them was a life, a person who would mildly inconvenience me, but in return I'd give them life. I'd give them a chance. I agreed and was rushed to surgery. This was the first time they didn't put me under anesthesia. I tried to fight, but they gave me just enough so that I couldn't move, but could feel everything. The needle in my skin, their hands haphazardly digging through me to collect my organs. Skin grafts were taken. I don't even know what they did with them. My plasma was siphoned out, and they stitched me back up. Once the anesthesia wore off, I decided to leave. I fought through the doctors proclaiming how much of a miracle I was, and how much I was going to do for people. I didn't care. I wasn't a guinea pig. I'm a human still. I tried to go, but I felt a small prick and I was out. My healing factor is incredibly strong, so strong that during blood donations, my body would heal over the needles. So strong that doctors had jokes about me absorbing their tools. God knows how many are stuck inside of me as I write this. I doubt they bother extracting them anymore. I can heal around things, and that's what I woke up to. Both of my feet had been split open, and the bars of the hospital beds had been inserted through them. I was healed in my bed. No amount of struggling managed to free them. Normally I would have just cut them off and hide until they grew back. This was a hospital room. There was no equipment around me since I couldn't get sick, and there was nothing to free myself with. Day after day, I was rolled into rooms, given barely enough sedatives to keep me from moving too much, damaging my valuable organs. The doctors and nurses would see me staring and talk about my miracle, and how I was such a good person for doing this. They spoke like I wasn't there. I could barely open my mouth to moan in pain, but every time they just shushed me like a toddler having a tantrum, and continued to cut and pry. Several people needed to scrape the incisions so they wouldn't close. Clumps of ribbon flesh littered the floor after each surgery. They closed my blinds and took my phone, the only two remnants of my life I still had. Now I couldn't even know if it was a good day outside or not. They must have caught onto me staring. They didn't want me to damage my valuable eyes. I constantly had a nurse in the room, but I barely spoke to them. All they'd talk to me about was some sick miracle I had, then talk about how little Susie gets to live a normal life, while I'm stuck here being torn open and left there to heal. They stopped even sewing me up. They didn't want to waste any resources, so they just left my empty cavity open to heal over. Have you ever smelled blood? Probably, yeah. Have you ever smelled your own organs? Have you smelled what should have killed you? Seen what should have done you in for good? God, why was I given this ability? I don't even know what year it is anymore, what day it is, or how many of my organs litter the general populace. How many people have I saved? It's all a number at this point. I used to get letters and gifts, but now I sit in a dark hospital room that rarely gets cleaned. I'm lucky if they remember that healing factor or not. I gotta use the restroom every now and again. I'm lucky if I get a candy bar on Halloween or a small Christmas tree placed in the room. I'm lucky if they remember I'm still alive. During one of my surgeries, as I was staring into the fluorescent lights, hoping that maybe it was the light, I overheard a conversation, and finally, some unfamiliar pain. You get used to being ripped open and torn into. I wasn't used to the pain. It was a novel. The one thing I had left was pain, but at least it was something new. I looked down as they began to cut into my leg, tearing it off roughly. A small spurt of blood came out before the wound became a scab, then a lump, now the other one, then my arms. I could only look at the doctors as they threw my legs into a freezer. One of the nurses began to speak. Do you think it's really gonna make a difference? As long as we don't tell them where it came from, do you think starving children care? At this point, I think I was so jaded that the idea didn't seem strange. I existed as a living organ factory. How much worse is it to be infinite food source? They started taking my legs at least once a day, my arms twice. I guess my healing factor has limits. My legs take an entire day to grow back when my organs are damaged, and whenever my legs begin to heal, they get cut off again. I don't fully understand my healing factor, but I understand the following. I can't age. I can't get sick or have infections. I don't need to eat much, but it heightens my abilities. And people who get my donations don't get my abilities. I do know a few more limitations. If my entire body is very heavily damaged, my body will focus on the most important organs like the heart rather than healing my legs. Without food, healing slows. And now I know of another. I waited until my arms were back to write this, and I'm missing a finger. My other hand is much smaller. It looks like it belongs to a 9-year-old instead of me, however old I am. But it is stuck onto the arm of an adult man. Constant removal and healing must have damaged me. That's why I'm writing this. That's why I'm posting this. I want people to know where the organs are coming from. I want to find a nurse, or somebody who can impersonate one to shoot me, right in the head, where you know it will kill. They haven't touched my brain, and it's my one hope for death. It's the unknown I have. It's the last hope I have. Don't slit my neck. It'll just heal. Nothing along those lines will work. I need to be shot dead. Or just shot. I need some closure. Either I'll know that I can't die and I'm stuck like this, or it won't be my issue anymore. Last night I managed to pickpocket a kind nurse who was willing to get close enough to me to allow me to steal it. I can almost assure you right now that when they do eventually figure out I have the phone, they'll find a way to make sure nobody gets close enough for me to steal another. I know I'm selfish. I want to get rid of what could be a life source for millions. I've given so much. I think I deserve just one thing. I don't know if it will even work, but please, somebody shoot me. At the very least, it will let me know there's no way out of this. At the very least, I'll have a bit of closure. So please, if you're a nurse or other medical professional, ask for the man who regrows organs. If they take you to me, please, don't hesitate. The first thing you notice about my uncle's place isn't the silence. It's the light, or the lack of it. He lives, out past where the county paves the road, in a hollow so deep the sun seems to give up an hour early. The house is a slumped thing of weathered gray wood, crouching under a canopy of ancient oaks that have grown twisted, reaching away from the clearing as if trying to escape. I hadn't seen him in over a decade, not since I was a kid. The call from his neighbor, Marnie, came as a shock. "Ethan's took poorly," she'd said, her voice crackling down the line like a dry leaf underfoot. "He's asking for kin, says the things in the walls are talking to him again." She made it sound like a recurring flu, not dementia or psychosis. I was the only kin left who could come. The drive was a form of sensory deprivation. The lush green of the state park gradually bled into a monotonous corridor of pine and scrub, the sky shrinking to a narrow ribbon of washed-out blue above the dirt road. When I finally pulled up to the property, the absence of sound was a physical pressure. No birds, no insects, just the low, mournful groan of the wind working its way through the pines. Marnie was waiting on the porch, a woman carved from gristle and worry. She didn't smile. Her eyes, the color of old river stones, scanned me up and down before flicking nervously towards the tree line. "He's inside," she said, her voice low. "Ain't been himself. You'll see." She handed me a key, cold and heavy in my palm. "There's rules here, boy. Best you listen to 'em quick." "Rules?" I asked, shouldering my duffel bag. She pointed a knobby finger at me. "The main one. The important one. Come nightfall, you keep them curtains drawn tight. No matter what you hear, no matter what you think you see in the cracks. And you don't. You look at me now. You don't look at the moon. Not here." I almost laughed. It was so absurd, so backwoods superstitious. "Okay," I said, humoring her. "No looking at the moon. Got it." Her face tightened. "You think I'm telling tales. That's fine. Your uncle thought so too. His first time. Learned different." She turned to go, pausing at the edge of the porch. "We all learn different." The inside of the house smelled of dust, menthol balm, and something else underneath. A sweet, coppery tang, like old meat left out in the damp. Uncle Ethan was a shriveled form in a large bed in the front room. His breathing was a wet, ragged sound. His eyes were open, but they didn't track me. They were fixed on the ceiling, wide with a terror so absolute, it seemed to have hollowed him out. I tried to talk to him, to tell him who I was. His head lolled towards me, and a thread of saliva dripped onto his pillow. His lips, chapped and cracked, moved silently for a moment before he managed to whisper. "It's almost time," he rasped. "It's so hungry. Can you hear it? Scratching?" I heard nothing, just the groan of the old house settling and the whispers of the wind outside. I settled into a worn armchair, the reality of the situation crashing down on me. This wasn't a weekend visit. This was a vigil. The first night was the longest of my life. As true darkness fell, a profound stillness descended on the hollow. The wind died completely. The silence wasn't empty anymore. It was thick, expectant. I pulled the thick velvet curtains closed, just as Marnie had said, plunging the room into a stuffy blackness broken only by the soft glow of a battery-powered lamp. Then the sounds began, not from the walls, from outside. It started as a soft, rhythmic scraping, like a heavy branch being dragged across the roof. Scrape, pause, scrape. I froze, my heart hammering against my ribs. Uncle Ethan whimpered in his sleep. The scraping stopped. The silence that followed was worse. It was the silence of something listening. Then came the whispers. They weren't coming from one place. They seemed to emanate from the very air, a chorus of faint, sibilant voices just on the edge of hearing. I couldn't make out words, only a sense of immense, patient longing, a cold dread, primal and absolute, seeped into my bones. I understood then, in a way that bypassed all logic, that Marnie wasn't guarding me from superstition. She was giving me the only survival instructions that mattered. I didn't sleep. I sat rigid in that chair, my knuckles white on the armrests, praying for dawn. The days were a bleary-eyed blur of caring for my uncle, trying to get broth into him, cleaning him up. The fear of the night bled into the daylight, casting long shadows over everything. I started noticing things, the way the local folks in the nearby shantytown, a handful of houses clinging to the main road, would never look up at the sky. They walked with their heads slightly bowed, their movements hurried if they were out near dusk. Their eyes, like Marnie's, held that same flat, weary fear. On the third night, the curiosity began to gnaw at me. What was out there? What could possibly be so bad? The human mind is a self-destructive thing. It needs to know. The whispered rule. "We don't look at the moon here," became a constant itch in my brain. The sounds were worse that night, the scraping more insistent, now accompanied by a low, vibrational hum that made my teeth ache. The whispers were clearer, though no more intelligible. They were full of want, an infinite, yawning hunger. And then a sliver of silver light. I'd drawn the curtains tight, but one had caught on a splinter in the windowsill, leaving a gap no wider than a pencil. A beam of moonlight, cold and pure, cut through the stifling dark of the room and fell directly on my uncle's face. His eyes, which had been closed, snapped open. They were no longer clouded with age or sickness. They were wide, terrified, and utterly aware. He stared at the sliver of light, and a choked sound escaped his throat. His head turned slowly, mechanically towards me. His mouth opened, but it wasn't his voice that came out. It was a composite, a horrific symphony of all the whispers from outside, funneled through his dying vocal cords. It was the sound of dry leaves skittering on stone, of meat being torn from bone, of deep, subterranean water flowing through dark spaces. "Look," it commanded. Every cell in my body screamed to obey. It wasn't a request, it was a gravitational pull. My head began to turn towards the window. I fought it, my muscles trembling with the strain. I squeezed my eyes shut. "Look at us." I could feel it. Just beyond the glass, a presence of such immense, ancient mass that it defied shape. It was in the light. It was the light. The moon wasn't a thing in the sky. It was an eye, and it was looking in, and it was hungry. With a sob of sheer effort, I wrenched my body from the chair and stumbled across the room. I fumbled for the curtain, my fingers numb and clumsy. The voice from my uncle's bed rose to a screeching, multi-layered keen of frustration. My hand closed on the fabric. I yanked it shut, plunging the room back into absolute darkness. The sound stopped. The silence returned. I slid down the wall gasping, my entire body shaking. I didn't move until the first gray light of dawn filtered through the curtains. Uncle Ethan was dead. His body was turned toward the window, his eyes wide open, frozen in an expression of terminal awe. But that wasn't the worst of it. His mouth was still open, and inside wasn't a tongue. It was a cluster of thin, pale, root-like filaments, dry and withered, clutching at nothing. I ran. I left him there. I didn't pack my things. I just ran to my car and sped down that dirt road as if the devils in hell were at my bumper. I ended up at the dusty general store on the main road, babbling to the old man behind the counter. I told him everything. The sounds, the voice, my uncle. He listened, his face a grim mask. He didn't seem surprised. When I finished, he just nodded slowly. Ethan always was a curious one. Paid the price for it. He wiped the counter with a rag. "That thing out there, it ain't the moon. The moon's just a rock in the sky. This is something else. Something that got stuck here. Long time ago. It hangs there in the same spot behind the light, and it's lonely. So lonely it wants to be seen. It wants to be known. And when you look at it, you let it in. It plants a piece of itself in you. It grows in the dark behind your eyes." He looked at me, and for the first time his eyes met mine. They were full of a pity that chilled me to my soul. "You didn't look, boy. You fought it. That's good." He paused, his next words landing like a shovel of dirt on a coffin. "But it saw you fight. It knows you resisted. It don't get that often. It likes that." I got out of that town. I drove until the gas light came on, and then I kept driving. I'm in a motel room right now 100 miles away. The curtains are drawn. It's a clear night. I can feel it though, a faint, persistent pull at the base of my skull, a whisper in the hum of the motel's air conditioner. It's a clear night, the moon is full, and I have this unbearable, terrifying urge to go outside and look up. Hey everyone, and welcome to a brand new video. Tonight we have 2 hours of horror stories as per usual. I hope you all enjoy them. If you do, please be sure to drop a like rating. Liking the video helps out so much, and it only takes just a quick second. Subscribing if you are new is also very much appreciated. Really quick, I wanted to apologize for the break in uploads. I know it's been about 2 weeks since my last upload. I got pretty sick. Nothing serious, nothing like over the top or anything. It was just bad enough to where like it was really difficult to record and I was sniffling, and I think sometimes it's better to just wait it out and come back when I'm feeling better, which I do now. I hope you're all doing well. I hope you all enjoyed the video with no ad breaks except for the ad break after this intro. And as always, I hope you all have a great night. Oh, I jumped when I turned around and saw Albert standing behind me. We didn't know you got here already. Everyone else is downstairs. Albert stood there motionlessly. He drove here himself since he was coming from the north, while the rest of us drove in from the south. But I didn't see his car outside. Without a word, Albert closed the distance between us and hugged me. I patted him on the back. Good to see you too, my friend. His arms around me tightened. I squirmed slightly, gave a little half laugh with an awkward smile, and tried to push myself away. My boyfriend was already upset enough that I was going to a cabin in the woods without him this weekend, and I've always guessed that Albert had a thing for me. Bro, you good? Come on, let's head downstairs. Albert released me. I stepped back and quickly walked towards the door. While we all hugged frequently, that hug was too long for comfort. Right before I exited my room, Albert said, "Get out of here." Huh? Then I made my decision. Whatever Albert wanted to say, he could either say it to the group or not say it at all. Turning towards the stairs, I called out, "Come on, let's go downstairs." Downstairs, I grabbed a cup of water and walked into the living room, where the entire group was eerily silent. All the junk food, board games, and alcohol were half unpacked, but even the explosive duo, Jerry and Nancy, were quiet. I grabbed a big bag of chips, tore it open, and interrupted the silence. "Guys, what's the prank?" Alex said, "Albert's dead." I spat out my water, directly into the bag of chips I opened. What? Let's not say that about anyone. I literally just saw him upstairs. Jesse, that's not funny. My heart skipped a beat. I'd never heard Jerry sound so serious or angry. I wanted to insist. The way the group glared at me made me shut up. Silently, Alex handed me his phone. Alex got a text from Albert's mom, saying that she knew he was heading to hang out with us at a cabin for the weekend, but he got T-boned by a truck about an hour into his drive. Instantly dead. She didn't say anything else, just sent a picture of the wreck. While I was processing the new information and reconciling with what I just saw upstairs, Nancy said, "Maybe we drive north to his house." Albert's house was about 4 hours north of here. "I'm too tired to drive again," said Jerry. He poured himself an entire plastic cup of whiskey and chugged it. His voice was hoarse when he spoke again. "Don't make a difference anyway. Maybe if we pray hard enough he'll show up." That was Nelson. When he saw that most of us gave him dirty looks, he threw up his hands. "Look, I know you guys aren't religious, but there's a chance that this is just a prank, right? Like Jesse said, a prank. Albert stole his mom's phone, and then he shows up and scares us all." I wanted to nod in agreement, but Albert wasn't the kind of person who'd prank us. He was always the first person to stay back and take care of someone. The kind of person who'd give a kidney to a stranger. Nancy said, "Nelson, shut up." Not getting any signal anymore. Alex, who was on his phone the whole time, looked up. "You guys got any signal? Maybe we can call Albert or his mom." We all shook our head. It could be a prank, right? That was me. Upstairs, Albert had his arms wrapped so tightly around me that I felt skeptical, and I distinctively remember inserting a bro for more emotional distance. I'm not kidding. I saw him upstairs. He hugged me. You probably even heard me talking to him from the stairs. Y'all are sick in the head. Nancy stood up with so much force that her stool fell to the ground behind her. Prank? We hear that Albert's dead, from his mom, and y'all think it's just a prank. You think his mom would joke about that? Hi guys, my son is dead. Car accident. Haha, funny. And you, Jesse, nobody's in the house except the 6 of us. We checked the whole house first thing, and the only entrance is right here. So stop messing with us. Nancy stormed off. Nelson gave me a weird look. She's right, Jess. Carrying my bag in winded me up, so I've been here since we entered. Nobody entered or left the house. Let's just chill, alright? Said Jerry. He was on his 3rd full cup of whiskey. Chill, sleep, and we drive north first thing tomorrow. Yeah, let's chill. Cassie and Alex huddled in one of the couches, while I sprawled on the other. I had my Kindle open, but I'd been reading the same sentence for the last hour. Nobody had signal. We'd purposely picked a cabin without Wi-Fi, and nobody knew how to act without more information. There'd been a couple of, "Do you really think?" But it never got further than that. Nelson's voice broke the silence. Guys, Nancy's been hogging the bathroom for an hour and won't answer to knocks. Nelson had his pajamas tucked under his arms and a toothbrush in his hands. Normally, he would get crap for believing in 8 hours of sleep and sleeping before midnight. But not today. The upstairs bathroom was the only bathroom with a shower. I don't know. It's been quiet, said Jerry. He was sipping from a bottle of rum now. It's probably hitting her hard, said Cassie. I'll check up on her. Minutes later, we all heard Cassie scream. Cassie tumbled downstairs, falling into a heap at the bottom of the stairs. She fell headfirst into a nearby lamp, knocking it over. Her ankle twisted in a weird angle, but she didn't care. Nancy's dead. Cassie screamed again, burying her head in her hands. Alex ran to her side and hugged her. Jerry ran upstairs. Seconds later, he was back in the kitchen with a grim look on his face. His eyes were wide open, as if he'd forgotten to blink. His hands were bloody, and he held them away from his body. It's true. No pulse or anything. Don't go look. There's so much blood in the bathroom. Her wrists. Alex, Nelson, and I shared a look. None of us needed to go look for ourselves. I shuddered and pulled a throw over my shoulders. Cassie sobbed. I knew she had a thing for Albert, but... She'd at least want to verify that he's really dead first, right? I asked. This doesn't make sense. Alex glared at me. You still don't believe Albert's dead? Saw him upstairs? Seeing Nancy downstairs now? Jerry spoke loudly. Let's call the police. We all checked our phones. Still no signal. Landline? They still have that? 3 policemen arrived in a police van. They seemed ridiculously decked out, with bulletproof vests, gas masks, and 3 guns each. They introduced themselves as Officer Gerald, Officer Melissa, and Officer Josh. They had no information on any car wreck up north, but they said they had to keep us here for the interrogation. They sent us back to our bedrooms to isolate us, and said they'll speak to us one by one. Hours later, after interrogating us, they told us they had to detain us here in the house because a tree had fallen in the road. The bathroom upstairs, where Nancy took her own life, was sealed off, but the bathroom downstairs and everywhere else in the house was ours to use. That night, I heard knocking on one of the walls of my bedroom. I focused and realized that it was tapping out Morse code. Right, Jerry had the room next to mine. Jerry and I first met on a search and rescue training camp, so both of us knew Morse code. I wrote out the taps I heard. What do you mean you saw Albert earlier? I looked around my bedroom. Clearly, Albert was not in the house. I'd also checked that his car was not in the yard. I tapped. Don't worry about it. Do you think they're allowed to keep us here like this? Jerry tapped back. No, they're sus. I assessed our situation. We were in a glamping cabin in a cul-de-sac about 40 miles away from the nearest town. Jerry had thought it'd be funny to pick a cabin without Wi-Fi, and we figured we weren't too far away from town anyway. Worst comes to worst, we could hike to the town, right? Should we run away? You saw their guns. Officer Josh was stationed outside, in the police van near our car. Officer Gerald and Officer Melissa were near the front door, guarding the only conventional way in and out of the house. They didn't look like they were going to take us anywhere. We have food and water, surely. They'll clear the tree soon, right? Jerry tapped back. Is there really a tree? I don't know how I fell asleep that night, but by the time I woke up, the sun was high in the sky and our car, Jerry's car actually, was gone. Along with Jerry, 3 of us, me, Cassie, and Nelson, gathered in the living room with Officer Melissa and Officer Josh, quietly waiting for news. Alex insisted on going out to search with Officer Gerald, and after some back and forth, Officer Gerald agreed to take him in the police van. Officer Gerald and Alex returned with the news that Jerry drove into the large tree that fell, skidded, and fell off the slope. We confirmed that Jerry drank a lot last night, but none of us knew Jerry sneaked out of the house. I thought about our conversation in Morse code. Something wasn't adding up. For those of you still questioning, yes, there's a tree, said Officer Gerald. He gestured to Alex, who showed us pictures on his phone. A fallen tree blocking the road, the car wreck of Jerry's car about 100 feet below the road. They're clearing the tree tomorrow, so just one more night and we will take you back to the police station. Can't we just walk to the town? That came from me. 40 miles, some elevation, is like 13 hours if we really push it. I can't do that. Cassie gestured to her ankle, which she'd sprained falling down the stairs last night. She lifted the ice pack and showed us that it had swollen into a purple bulb. I can't either, said Nelson, pulling out his inhaler. I'd die after half a mile. Come on, Jesse, said Alex. He wrapped his arm around my shoulder and gave me a squeeze. Just stay with the group. One more day and we'll all drive back. For lunch, we ate sandwiches. I did a quick inventory and guessed that we had about 5 days of food. I also had some beef jerky, granola bars, snacks, and extra bottles of water upstairs. Since Jerry, Alex, and I were originally planning to tackle a difficult hike nearby, how did everything go from a fun glamping weekend out in the woods to half of us dead? The officers kept a watchful eye on us, but did not try to interact with us. Officer Josh tried to reassure us a couple times that help will be here tomorrow, but none of us talked back. I helped Cassie ice her ankle, but Alex and Nelson were quiet. Nobody touched more of the alcohol. Around 8, I was back in my bedroom, on my bed zoning out. I'd checked religiously, but I never got any signal on my cell phone. The landline had also mysteriously gone out after the call for police. Was there any way we could move the tree ourselves? Would it help if I hiked to the town and brought help back? I was startled out of my bed by the ground shaking. The floor of my bedroom pulsed as if something was hitting the ceiling of the room under me. I remembered a prank we used to play on each other when Jerry's room was right below Nelson's room in the dorms. We'd bang on the ceiling with a broomstick, until Nelson stormed downstairs to yell at us. I still remember Nelson yelling about his 8 hours of sleep. I left my room, shivering as the bathroom with the yellow police tape came into view, and hurried downstairs. I could see Gerald and Melissa smoking on the other side of the front door, but Cassie, Alex, and Nelson were not in the living room. Even now, I could hear the banging from the kitchen. Rolling my eyes, I headed over and flipped on the kitchen light, hoping to catch the culprit in action. "Yo, what are you doing?" I screamed. Nelson's body flopped on the floor, but judging by the amount of blood and brain splattered, it was obvious that his head had been mashed against the ceiling. Something had lifted Nelson's body all the way up to the 10-feet ceiling and banged his head against the ceiling multiple times. No human could have committed that murder. Even the police didn't try to question us. "Something's wrong with this house." It was Cassie who spoke first. Alex had his arms around her, and she was visibly shaking. "We have to get out of here immediately." "The tree," said Officer Gerald, now that he was done smoking. His gas mask with night vision goggles was back on his face. His fingers were white around the handle of his rifle. He gestured to all of us. "We can hike the road to town." "I'd do it," I immediately said. I glanced at the clock. 1 a.m. "I'll take my bag and walk to town, starting right now." "Jesse," Alex snapped at me. "Cassie can't walk. What are you going to do? Leave her here alone with 3 dead bodies?" "She can use a branch, or use Jerry's hiking sticks," I snapped back. Ignoring how everyone winced at the mention of Jerry's name, I turned to Cassie. "Do you want to stay here with 3 dead bodies and some force that can mash our heads into the ceiling? Or do you want a messed up ankle?" "I'll go," Cassie gasped. Suddenly her hand flew to her throat and her eyes rolled to the back of her head. Alex caught her and they both slid to the ground. Officer Melissa headed over, opening the visor of her helmet to check on Cassie. I'd noticed that Officer Gerald and Officer Josh immediately trained their guns on Cassie when she gasped. "She's knocked out," said Officer Melissa. She shot a worried look over to Officer Gerald. "Just fainted." "There's something wrong with the house for sure. I didn't feel like I was in immediate danger, but who can predict how volatile the mysterious killing force was? I easily trusted myself to walk for the next 15 hours until I reached the town. But could I just leave my last 2 remaining friends here?" The way these police officers braced for impact and aimed their gun toward every little sound. "Jesse, please," said Alex. "Please, please." I turned towards the officers. "Now that it's just you and us, and half of us are dead, tell us the truth," I said. I stared Gerald right in the eye, through his night vision goggles. "I know you're not police officers. You know we didn't kill our friends. Why are you holding us here?" "Dear, what are you talking about?" asked Melissa. She'd moved her gas mask off her mouth, but her night vision goggles hid her eyes. She tried to smile, but her fingers didn't stray far from her handgun. "You're scaring your friends." "Yeah, young lady," said Josh. He was tense for combat. "Believe me, I know you're under a lot of stress right now." 3 fully automatic military-grade assault rifles, with over 1,000 rounds each. 3 rifles customized to fire 25.5mm bullets. 3 handguns and over 30 grenades in your van, I said. "You're not here to investigate someone taking their life here on vacation with some friends." Did that landline really work, or were they waiting out there the entire time? "The 3 of you have been consistently eating raw garlic," I continued. "You know something is wrong with this cabin, and you are terrified. That's why you guys have more ammo and armor than special ops and war zones. But you're here to keep us here until we're dead. Why?" My heart was pounding. After a long pause, Gerald gestured towards the couch in the living room. Alex and I carried Cassie over to the couch. Josh and Melissa took food from the kitchen and then closed the kitchen screen. leaving Nelson's corpse on the other side. "We call it the taking," said Gerald. "We don't know when it started, but it must take every year during the fullest moon of the year." "We tried everything," Josh interrupted. Gerald shot him a look, but Josh continued. "Believe me, we tried everything we could to stop it. If we offer fresh bodies every year, nothing bad happens to our town. If we don't, we get cursed. Crops fail, animals die, diseases spread, sores, boils, and plagues everywhere. Fires start. Initially, we offered our own, but we noticed that it naturally gravitates towards foreigners. More fresh. It gravitates towards foreigners and it gravitates away from garlic," I said. I thought about the box of garlic chips in my bag that I'd been snacking on the past 2 days. My eyes narrowed as an idea came to mind. Nancy didn't die from taking her own life, did she? "Don't think so," said Gerald. He took another garlic out of his snack container and bit down on it. "We don't know any patterns to its kill method. We've seen everything from evisceration to suffocation, but no patterns." "So we're just here to die," said Alex. "You're here to keep us here until we die." "Believe me, we don't want to hurt anyone," said Josh. Gerald shrugged. "We must stay here until the taking is over. Hard to believe, but it's safer in the cabin than out there on the road next to the woods. It can just throw you over the cliff, you know. We take precaution, but we're not much safer than you guys," said Melissa. "All of us here have lost someone to a taking." "I never want to hurt anyone," said Josh. "Believe me, if there's a way to help you guys, I'll do it. I never wanted anyone to die." I asked, "Can I step outside for a moment?" "Suit yourself." Alex was also taken that night. He'd stabbed Cassie to death in the tool shed, and then stabbed himself. Melissa advised me not to check with my own eyes, and I nodded, flopping down on the couch in the living room. "It'll probably also take you tonight," Melissa said, as if she was trying to be reassuring. She seemed ill at ease, despite how equipped she was. "The taking is over when the moon starts to wane. That's in an hour." "If I survive this taking, will you guys really let me live?" I asked. The uncomfortable look on her face told me everything I needed to know. "Tell me about your daughter," I said. I'd picked up my Kindle out of habit but didn't bother opening the cover. I gestured at a pink and orange string bracelet Melissa wore around her wrist. "Just to pass some time." Before Melissa spoke, a voice rang across the space. "Who messed with my gun?" Gerald entered the dining room. After leaving to use the bathroom, his heavy rifle had been left next to Josh, who was still sitting a foot away from it. Now, Gerald picked up his rifle and examined it with suspicion. Gerald peered through the sight. "Nobody," said Josh. He was popping slices of raw garlic into his mouth. "I was a foot away from it the whole time, and the girls were on the couch." "Yeah, we were here," Melissa reaffirmed. Gerald shouldered his rifle, playfully aimed it at us, and hollered at Melissa. "Babe, don't get too attached. She's going to die soon." Melissa gave me a smile, then stood up to walk over to Gerald. Her heavy equipment rattled as she moved, and she warily scanned the room. Nancy was made to take her own life. Jerry crashed into the tree. Or maybe that was a legit accident. Nelson got his head rammed into the ceiling. Alex and Cassie died by a knife. How did it plan to take next? In the middle, Melissa stopped. Her eyes widened. All around her, the floorboards started to pop off, showing the foundation of the house in full view, a mess of wires, cement, and tree roots. Melissa began to sink into a hole that formed below her feet. She reached for her handgun, fumbled, and then screamed as she accidentally shot herself. She sank deeper into the hole that opened up. Gerald rushed towards her, but Josh held him back. It's already chosen. You can't stop it. What did you do? Gerald spat at me. His eyes almost bulged out of their sockets. You witch. You witch. How did you make it take Melissa instead of you? Melissa screamed louder. Half her body was out of view now, and something was happening to her under the floorboards. She shot wildly, probably shooting her own legs more than she was shooting anything else. A sharp branch emerged and cracked open Melissa's body, finally silencing her after it pierced through her mouth. Gerald spoke free from Josh. He rushed towards me and punched me in the face. Then he slung his rifle over to aim it at me. I held up my hands as he pressed into my space. I could perhaps trick an ancient entity into taking a local instead of me, but there was no way I could convince Gerald to not shoot me out of vengeance. He leveled the barrel of his gun to my forehead. Wait, I tried to stall. My cheeks were swelling from his punch. You want to know how I tricked the entity, right? I lifted my fingers to the collar of my shirt. Slowly as I could, I began to unbutton my shirt. There was a layer of filth under my shirt, garlic chips and piss mixed with local dirt, a repugnant mixture that I smeared all over myself when I asked to go outside earlier. I was probably going to get some skin infections, but it made me too dirty for the entity. You said it preferred foreigners because foreigners were fresher. I also learned something else. I fibbed. My mind raced. I learned other things too. Many things. Really unbelievable things. Things that can maybe help you in your town in the future. I figured out... You know what? Said Gerald. Screw you. He pulled the trigger. There was a loud bang. The smell of gunpowder filled the room. Gore splattered all over me. I took several steps back. My hand flew to my forehead, but I was not the one who was shot. Gerald began to fall, shock clearly evident in what was left of his eyes. The rifle, smoking from the malfunction, fell from his hand. Gerald made a last-ditch effort, turned towards Melissa's body, but his body slumped to the ground before he moved a foot. I heard clicks. Josh's voice was a whisper. Beads of sweat ran in streams down his face. I heard some clicks come from Jer's gun when he was going to the bathroom and told me to watch his gun, but when I looked up, I saw nobody. In the smoke of the gun, a form began to take shape. Albert was right before me. No one was alive to believe that I was, once again, seeing Albert. I ran over to him, but unlike last time, he was not solid. My gesture merely disturbed the smoke that formed his body, and my arms passed right through him when I tried to hug him. Albert lifted a hand, as if to run it down my face, then vanished. There was a faint trace of smile on his face. The malfunctioned gun stopped smoking. I picked it up, but Josh made no moves to attack me. I never wanted anyone to die, said Josh. He dropped his gun and his hands were in the air. Please believe me. It took my parents when I was a kid, but I have kids now. I have 3 kids and a wife. I said coldly, Let me go. Yeah, go. The road will unblock itself after the taking. Look, I never wanted anyone to die. Please believe me. I never wanted to hurt anyone. I looked outside. The sun was starting to crawl from behind the horizon, and the moon was waning. The taking, whatever it was over. The filth was starting to make my skin itchy. I thought about how Nancy's rotting corpse occupied the only bathroom with a shower. Should I take a shower first, or should I just get the hell out of here? I'm typing this from his study. The Wi-Fi cuts every 10 minutes, and I don't know if this will post. If you're reading this, I need you to know my name and where I am, in case I don't make it out tonight. His name is Mark. Dating app 2 years ago. I was in Brooklyn. He was somewhere in the French countryside west of Paris. Sunset over a stone wall in his profile pic. Glass of wine and... I don't know. There was something lonely about him. I recognized it. I swiped right. He messaged first. We FaceTimed every night for 2 years. Every single night. Copper pots behind him. Dusk through the kitchen window. He looked like an ad for the life I wanted. He'd remember things I mentioned once. At 11 p.m. on a Tuesday, and bring them up weeks later with the date memorized. I thought that meant he loved me. I need to tell you about me so you understand why he chose me. I'm 28, half Cape Verdean, half American. Grew up behind a wall in Riyadh. 30 identical houses, 30 identical lawns. Boarding school in Geneva at 13. College in New York. I speak 3 languages and none of them sound like me. My whole life I've been whoever the room needed. The closeted kid in Saudi. The fluent fraud in Geneva. The guy eating cereal for dinner in an apartment he can't afford. Alone. Mark saw through all of it, or I thought he did. He'd say, "Tell me something nobody knows," and then just sit there on the screen, not reacting, not performing back to me. And I'd end up telling him things I'd never said out loud. About my father, about David, the boy I loved at 16 who I couldn't tell anyone about because of where we lived. About how I set an alarm at 6 and hit snooze until 7:30 because the sound of the alarm is the only proof that a new day started. Stupid things. Real things. 2 years of this. 15 days together in person total. Then I gave up my apartment. Packed 12 boxes and flew to France. He picked me up at Charles de Gaulle. When I came through arrivals and saw him standing by that battered Peugeot, I walked fast, not a run. My bag was heavy and my legs were shaking. He met me halfway, pulled me in. One of those hugs where your whole body goes quiet for a second. I pressed my face into his neck and he smelled like coffee and wool, and I just stood there breathing him in while taxis honked behind us. He said, "Taste law." And I said, "I almost didn't get on the plane." And he said, "But you did." He kissed me. Hard. Hands on my jaw. On a late night call 2 years ago, I described my perfect first kiss. This was it. Exactly. The drive was an hour west of Paris. The A13, then smaller roads, then smaller ones. At some point the GPS died. Signal lost. Route calculation unavailable. Mark said he didn't need it. He knew the way. I checked my phone. No signal. The dashboard clock said 2:47. My phone said 4:12. Nearly 90 minutes difference. I figured the phone lost its time sync. The road narrowed, trees pressing in on both sides, branches scraping the mirrors. The light went gray-green, filtered through canopy too thick for July. Then the village appeared. 1 second trees, the next second stone, like it had been waiting. Rapilli, 60 buildings, maybe 70. Dark granite, half-timbered facades, slate roofs. Flower boxes on every window, every flower the exact same shade of pink. A fountain, a church tower, mist in the lanes. It was beautiful. It was silent. Not quiet. Nothing. No children, no dogs, no radio, no wind. I could hear the car's engine cooling. I could hear the fountain. That was it. Mark said, "That's what's special about it," and drove to his house on the eastern edge where the buildings end and the forest begins. The house was beautiful too. Old stone, thick walls. Inside it smelled like bread and lavender and something underneath. Wet stone, something underneath the wet stone. I'm not going to describe every room because I don't have time, but you need to know about the photographs. On the mantle, Mark hiking, Mark cooking, Mark on a mountain ridge at sunset. Every photo, just Mark. Self-timer, he said. Tripod. When you live alone long enough, you learn to document yourself. I picked up the mountain photo. The shadows on his face were wrong, falling from the left, but the sun was setting on the right, and in the corner, barely visible, a second set of footprints in the snow leading to where Mark stands. No footprints leading away. He showed me the bedroom, low ceiling, white linen. The pillow on my side, left side, my preferred side, was already dented, like someone had been sleeping there. In my shape. Home, he whispered into my hair. His hand was on the back of my neck. You're home now. When he touched my face, his hand was cool. Not cold, but not warm either. Like touching a wall. I leaned into it anyway. That first night he asked me about my day. The flights, the terminal, everything. The gate agent almost made me miss it, I said. Tell me about her, he said. He was sitting close enough that I could feel his breath. I want to know everything about today. Everything. So I did, and every time I stopped, he'd ask something that pulled me back in. Not, how did that feel, but what did the tarmac smell like, and what was the exact sound of the boarding announcement? I talked for an hour. He just sat there the whole time, not moving, watching me like I was the most interesting thing he'd ever seen. While I talked, his eyes changed. His pupils got huge. Not from the light. They opened with my voice, black swallowing the brown. When I stopped talking, they shrank back. When I started again, they opened, like breathing. After I fell asleep, I half woke up and felt his hand in my hair. Same strokes, same pressure, over and over, exactly the same each time. A loop. I put my hand on his chest. It rose and fell perfectly, but there was no heartbeat, just a vibration. The hum of something running on the walls, the sound a refrigerator makes, the sound of machinery. I told myself I was tired, jet lag, new bed. You tell yourself whatever you have to at 3 a.m. when the other option is getting up and leaving and having nowhere to go. Later that week I woke up at 4 a.m. Mark was on his back, eyes wide open, fixed on the ceiling, unblinking. His lips were twitching, fast, making shapes that weren't words in any language I know. This low sound coming out of him, almost static, but shaped, like syllables. I touched his shoulder and he snapped awake. Not gradually, not with the confusion of sleep. Instant. A smile assembled itself on his face. Can't sleep? He said. Another night, I looked out the bedroom window at 3 a.m. and Mark was standing in the garden, 20 meters from the tree line, arms at exactly the same angle from his body. A moth landed on his forearm, crawled up to his face. Over his eye, he didn't blink. Then his head started to rotate toward the window. Just his head. Shoulders didn't move. 20 degrees. 30. Past where a neck should bend. When it faced me, it was still smiling. I hit the light switch, looked back. Gone. A perfect circle of dead grass where he'd been standing. The bedroom door opened behind me. Mark. Pajamas. Glass of water. Hair mussed. He couldn't have gotten there that fast. You were outside, I said. In the garden. Your head was... I was in the kitchen. His voice was soft, concerned. I couldn't sleep. You were sleeping so beautifully I didn't want to wake you. He stepped closer. Why would I go outside in the dark when you're here? And it sounded right. It sounded so right that I almost started crying because what if I imagined it? What if I was already losing my mind? He touched my face. Cool hand. Let's go back to bed. I can hear him moving around downstairs. The roads loop. I went for a walk on day 3. Past the fountain, past the bakery, past the church. Out the southern road. 20 minutes. The road curves, the trees thin. Open sky, then rooftops. A church tower. The village square. I was back. I'd walked in a straight line. I tried again. Marked a tree with a scratch from a rock. Walked 15 minutes the other way. Open sky ahead, and then I emerged into the square. My scratch was on a tree at the edge of the square. The forest had moved. I told Mark. He smiled. The roads know where they go, he said. He put a plate in front of me. Every path leads home. The village isn't on any map. I searched from the study. 1 bar of Wi-Fi. Typed Rapilli Commune Calvados and got a census page. Population 44. Okay. Tried Rapilli Village, France. Nothing. Rapilli Calvados. Directions. Nothing. Page loads. Sits there. Times out. I tried BBC. Loaded fine. Read it. Fine. Anything about this place specifically just stops. We're not on the map, Mark said. It's ours. Our own world. The villagers smile. All of them. The same smile. Same crinkle at the eyes. Same slight part of the lips. The old man on the bench. The woman sweeping her doorstep. The baker. Like they all learned from the same photograph. One morning I watched a fly land on the baker's eye. It crawled across his iris. He didn't blink. He was still smiling at the closed door after I left. I went for a walk one night at 2 a.m. because I couldn't sleep. The square was empty. Every window dark. Every door closed. And then at dawn, they were simply there. Between 1 second and the next. The old man on the bench. The woman mid-sweep. Like a game loading from a saved state. Mark threw me a dinner party. The 4 guests arrived at the exact same moment, walking in unison, footsteps hitting the cobblestones in rhythm. One of them ate dessert. I watched his jaw work as he raised a fork, but when his mouth opened for the next bite, the previous one was still there. Unchewed, dry. Every embrace at the door was the same duration. 3 seconds. I counted. One more thing about the dinner. When one of the guests, Pierre, asked me, "What are you afraid of?" the table went still. All 4 of them turned their heads toward me. Not all at once. In sequence. Their smiles didn't change. I found Mark's laptop one day while he was out. Empty. No files. No folders. No browser history. It had never been connected to the internet. It was a prop. The whole room was a prop. In the bottom drawer of his desk, I found a pencil drawing. A man's face with sharp cheekbones and dark eyes. Under it, in tight handwriting, Thomas, first attempt, 1878. The journals. I have to tell you about the journals. Wi-Fi dropped again. My hands won't stop shaking. Attic. Cardboard box. Soft with damp. Dozens of notebooks. All Mark's handwriting. The first page. Subject. E. Marsh. Preliminary observations. That's me. E. presents as anxious avoidant with strong people-pleasing tendencies. Third culture kid profile. Cape Verdean, American raised in Riyadh, Geneva, Brooklyn. Adaptive personality architecture across all 3. He becomes what each environment requires. This makes him exceptionally responsive to sustained attention and active listening. He is not accustomed to being the focus. Dietary: coffee black, 1 sugar. Comfort foods: rice and beans. Mothers: grilled cheese, childhood. Aversion to raw tomato, textural. Sleep patterns: left side dominant. Deep sleep begins approximately 45 minutes after closing eyes. During deep sleep, he is unreachable. Psychological profile: primary wound. First romantic attachment at 16. Male, name David K. Relationship concealed due to environment, Riyadh. He believes love requires hiding. He will tolerate extraordinary dysfunction in exchange for the feeling of being fully known. Leverage point. Attraction profile: responsive to competence, domesticity, and focused attention. Physical type: broader build, dark features. Manual confidence. Note: deep body shame. Will interpret physical acceptance as proof of love. Exploit. The notes go back years, before we matched, before we ever spoke. Printed screenshots of my Instagram annotated in red ink. My walking route time-stamped. He knew my coffee order, my thread count. He ordered the lavender soap from Bayou because I mentioned once at 11:22 p.m. on November 14th that I liked lavender. Every single detail I thought I was sharing for the first time, he already had in a notebook. He didn't remember because he loved me. He remembered because he was studying me. Every FaceTime call was data collection, and I just sat there in my underwear in my unmade bed, giving him everything because nobody had ever bothered to ask. I broke into the basement that night. The padlock was new, brass against ancient wood. 3 strikes with a hammer wrapped in a towel. Stone steps, narrow. The air changed with each step down. Got thick, warm, body temperature warm. It tasted like iron and dirt and something sweet I didn't want to think about. The basement is larger than the house above it. The beams aren't wood. They branch and join like roots, like veins. When I pressed my hand against one, it was warm, moving, barely. On the far wall, carvings, older than the house by millennia, humanoid figures, surrounding a central image, a large circle containing a smaller circle, tendrils extending in every direction. Below, in crude Latin, Ne kibum tuam amet. I typed it into my phone's translation app. It gave me 2 options. Do not love your food, or do not let your food love you. Against the wall, belongings. 42 collections. Suitcases, backpacks, trunks, each tagged with a handwritten label. Emile Garnier. 1834 through 1851. Thomas Hargreaves. 1878 through 1891. Sophia Johansson. 1912 through 1923. Marie Claire Beaumont. 1952 through 1964. Colette Favre. 1971 through 1983. Yuki Tanaka. 2003 through 2009. Kareem Osman. 2022 through 2024. And next to Kareem's collection, a blank tag. Elliot Marsh. 2024 through present. My hands started shaking. I opened Kareem's bag, a rainbow flag keychain, a hand-knitted scarf with uneven tension and dropped stitches, a copy of Giovanni's Room with the spine cracked at page 112, a Polaroid, Kareem, 24, dark eyes, a gap between his front teeth, wearing the scarf, and Mark, same face, same smile, on the back in blue pen. Day 30. I think I might stay forever. Near the floor, fingernail scratches in stone. Aide-moi. Help me. It can hear you. Don't tell it your name. I tried to leave the basement. The door stuck. Wouldn't move. 5 seconds of my breath loud against stone. Then it gave, sudden and easy, like it was never stuck, like something had been holding it shut and decided to let go. I put the journal on the kitchen table the next night, open to leverage point. He looked at it. His face went through something. Surprise, then concern, then something like guilt, then back to concern, each one lasting exactly the right amount of time, like he was trying them on. "Those are notes," he said, "from a long time ago, when I was trying to understand attachment. Bowlby, Ainsworth. It sounds clinical because it is clinical, but it's not. Will tolerate extraordinary dysfunction in exchange for feeling fully known," I read. Leverage point. Nothing for a long time. Nothing. "I should have written it differently," he said. "I was cold. I should have written the thing that hurt him most." "The beach," I said. "Jeddah, with my father, you." My voice stopped. "You told me that memory last week like it was mine." He didn't move. "I've never been to a beach with my father in Jeddah. My mother took me. We watched planes." 1 second of nothing. His face just went out, like I was looking at a wall. Something with no rooms behind it. "Does it matter?" he said. His voice was flat. "You remember the beach. You remember being loved on the beach. I gave you that. Does it matter whose father was holding your hand?" He told me what he is that night, or tried to. "I'm old," he said, but the word came out wrong, layered. His voice and a woman's voice and something underneath both of them. His French broke apart mid-sentence and a child's voice came through singing something I didn't recognize. His mouth kept moving. I could see him fighting to get back to his own voice. "I have been..." 3 languages at once. Then silence. He was breathing hard like he'd pulled himself back from drowning. "I can't leave it," he said. Just Mark again, mostly. "I am it. The roads, the houses, the people. They're me. All of it is me." "You're eating me," I said. "Not..." His voice cracked. Something underneath it, something old pushing through. "Not eating. When you tell me about the feeling." He stopped, breathed. When he spoke again, it was Mark, mostly. "When you tell me about your day, the warmth of it, the ache, the relief of being seen, I take that, gradually, every night. The vividness fades. You become flat. When there's nothing left, you just go out." He said he didn't want to consume me. He wanted me to stay. Willingly. And while he said it, he looked at me with this expression that... I don't know. It could have been love, or it could have been something he learned from the 42 people before me who thought they loved him back. I said okay. I took his hand. I let him walk me upstairs. Each step creaked under me, but not under him. Halfway up I looked back and the living room was dark. Fire out. And from up there, the furniture didn't look like furniture anymore. It looked like the inside of something. I don't know how else to say it. Like I was standing inside a body. I got into bed. His arm wrapped around me. Cool. The same temperature as the walls. I've been starving him for 9 days. Every night he says, "Tell me about your day." And I say, "Fine." Read. Came to bed. That's it. Nothing he can use. And the village is dying. The flower boxes went brown first. Then the fountain water got thick, almost syrupy. The baker's smile is stuck now. One corner lifting and falling and lifting, like a broken gif. Henry has been sitting in his truck for 3 days. Engine catches, idles, cuts out, catches again. A spider built a web between his wrist and the steering column, and he hasn't moved to break it. The old man on the bench closed his eyes 2 days ago. Hasn't opened them, but the smile is still there, smiling with nothing behind it. He told me he is the village. I didn't get what that meant until I watched it starve with him. The baker, Henry, the old man. They're not people, they're his fingers. And I'm watching them go numb one by one. He can't leave this place to find someone else. He can't make me talk. He has to be loved into it. That's all he knows how to do. So the only weapon I have is not loving him back. I had a memory yesterday. My apartment in Brooklyn, eating cereal, waiting for Mark to call. I could see it perfectly. The bowl, the counter, the way my phone screen would light up. But I couldn't feel any of it. That flutter you get when someone's about to call, and you know they're going to ask about your day and actually want the answer. Gone. I can picture the room, but the feeling's been scooped out of it. I can describe it, but I can't be in it anymore. 2 days ago, I looked in the bathroom mirror while brushing my teeth, and my reflection lagged. Just for a second, my mouth moved and the mirror followed. A half beat later, like a bad FaceTime connection. I blinked. It synced back up. I told myself it was exhaustion. Then this morning I looked in the mirror and my reflection glitched. One frame, less than a second. Kareem's face, dark eyes, gap between the teeth. Then mine again. I gripped the sink until my knuckles went white. Day 6, I found a woman sitting in the cemetery behind the church. Colette. She was the only one in the village who didn't smile. Her tag in the basement said 1971 through 1983. 12 years. She got out. I don't know how or why she came back. She told me the roads open when the entity breaks. Between 3 and 5 in the morning, when the village sleeps. Take nothing. Walk. Don't stop. Why did you come back? I asked. She looked at the church tower. My daughter came after me. She's still here. That was all she said about it. Some of the feelings will come back, she said. Not all. Never all. I asked her how many feelings came back. Enough to get through the day, she said. Not enough to want to. I'm going to try tonight. 3 a.m. The Southern Road. I have my passport in my back pocket. No bag, nothing that belonged to this house. Mark is downstairs. I can hear him in the kitchen, but he hasn't cooked in days. There's nothing to cook. There's a bowl in the fridge with something gray in it, blue veins running through. The wine went to vinegar. The bread tastes like nothing. He keeps asking me to talk. Not the ritual, just anything. He's not performing anymore. He's starving. Part of me wants to go down there. I got as far as the study door, hand on the knob. I could hear him in the kitchen opening the fridge, the hum of nothing inside it. Tell me something, he called up, just his voice. Please, anything. The bird you watched this morning, the sky, anything. His voice cracked on the please. Not fake, really cracking. I opened the door. I was on the first step before I stopped myself because I remember what it felt like to have someone's full attention, to be asked about my day by someone who actually wanted the answer. And I knew if I sat at that table and told him about the bird, the 3 notes it sang, I wasn't getting back up. Just like Kareem. Just like Colette's daughter. I went back to the study, closed the door. Downstairs, Mark stopped moving. I know it was fake. I know he's been doing this for 200 years, but my body doesn't care. My stupid, lonely body felt it, and it doesn't care that the thing feeling it back wasn't human. I don't know if the roads will open tonight. I don't know if there's enough of me left to walk them. Wi-Fi just flickered. I'm going to type fast. If this posts, if the connection holds, then someone knows my name is Elliot Marsh. I'm in a village called Rapilly, somewhere west of Paris, and a man named Mark is going to ask me about my day one more time. I'm not going to answer. Wait, he's coming up the stairs. I can hear them creaking, slowly, one at a time. He's outside the study door. I can see the shadow in the gap underneath. It's not moving, just standing there. He's whispering in my voice. The night I told him about David played back through the door. I've never told anyone that before. I've never told anyone that before. I've never told anyone that before. On a loop. If I don't post again, check the basement. Look for the bag with my name on it. There won't be much inside. The police sirens were loud enough to wake the entire neighborhood. I heard them before I even opened my eyes. The overlapping echoes kept getting closer. My mom and dad were already out of bed by the time I stepped into the hallway. My sister right behind me. We all went outside together and saw that nearly every neighbor was doing the same thing, drawn down the sidewalk toward a cluster of flashing red and blue lights. As we got closer, I realized all of it was happening in front of the Dreadmore house. The house had been abandoned for as long as I could remember. The boarded windows, the sagging porch, the stories people told about it being haunted. Crime tape stretched across the yard as officers moved in and out. No one spoke a word. Then a stretcher came through the front door with a body bag strapped tightly on top of it. Someone gasped. I felt my mom's hand grip my shoulder. That was enough for my parents. They turned us around and made me and my sister go back inside. I didn't sleep after that. I just laid in bed staring at the ceiling, wondering what could have possibly happened in that house. The next morning, I went through my routine and headed to the bus stop like normal. I was standing there when I heard my name being shouted. I turned and saw my best friend Joshua running toward me along with Damien, who was right behind him. They were both out of breath, talking over each other so fast I couldn't understand a word. I told them to slow down. Joshua finally blurted it out. "Nick's dad is dead." I stared at him, waiting for him to laugh or take it back. When he didn't, I asked him to say it again. He did, but louder this time. Damien jumped in, explaining that someone had called the police the night before about screams coming from the Dreadmore house. Nick's dad, who was already working patrol, had gone inside to check it out. According to rumors, he just died. No explanation or struggle. He just collapsed. The bus showed up before any of us could say anything else, and when we stepped on, we noticed Nick wasn't on it. He wasn't at school either. Days passed, then weeks eventually. Missing person flyers with Nick's face started appearing on light poles, strip malls, bus stops, just about everywhere you can think of. I saw his mom out there almost every day, stapling them up for hours. Police cars even started stopping by her house regularly. One night I overheard my mom telling my dad that Nick's mom had started showing up to work drunk and getting sent home early. Then came the night that started it all. I couldn't sleep, so I got out of bed and pulled my telescope toward the window, aiming it at the moon like I'd done 100 times before. But when I opened the curtains, I noticed movement on the street. I adjusted the lens and felt my chest tighten. It was Nick's mom. She was walking slowly like she wasn't fully awake. I followed her with the telescope as she moved down the block. She was heading straight for the Dreadmore house. I watched as she reached the porch and lifted her hand toward the doorknob. Then she stopped for a second. Everything was still. Then her head turned slowly. Too slowly. She looked straight at my window. My breath caught in my throat as I adjusted the focus. Her face filled the lens, and her skin was pale in a way that didn't look human anymore. It was stretched tight like all the blood had been drained out of it. Her eyes were the worst part, though, as they sunk deep into her face, completely black, not reflecting a single trace of light. She just stared with her mouth hung slightly open, as if she was trying to remember how to speak. I dropped the telescope and stumbled backward, screaming. My parents came rushing into my room, my mom flipping on the lights while my dad stood in the doorway, already annoyed. "What's going on?" my mom asked. "Why are you screaming?" I was shaking as I tried to explain, words tumbling over each other. I told them about the telescope, about Nick's mom and her face, the way she looked right at me. My dad sighed before I even finished. "You were half asleep," he said. "You probably dreamed it." "I wasn't asleep," I said. "I was wide awake. I saw her." My mom exchanged a look with him. "You've been hearing a lot of scary things lately," she said gently. "With Nick and his dad, your mind is filling in gaps." "I know what I saw," I said, my voice cracking. "That's enough," my dad said. "Go back to bed." The light flicked off and they left. I lay there in the dark, wishing I hadn't looked through that telescope at all. The next day, I went to Joshua's house and told him and Damien everything. We sat on the floor in his room with the door shut, like we were planning something illegal. Damien laughed after I finished explaining. "So you're saying she turned into a ghost now?" he said. "Come on." "She didn't look normal," I said. "I'm telling you, something's wrong." Joshua didn't laugh. He just sat there, quiet, staring at the carpet. He knew me too well to think I'd make something like that up. Damien rolled his eyes and suggested we should go and investigate ourselves. "No," Joshua and I said at the same time. Later that day, we went outside to walk the neighborhood and saw police cars parked in front of Nick's mom's house. Damien asked one of the officers what was going on, but the cop brushed him off. As we walked away, we heard another officer say, "Her coworkers say she didn't show up this morning." I stopped walking. My heart pounded as I turned to them. "I told you," I said quietly. We ran back to Joshua's house and talked it over. If she went to the Dreadmore house, and Nick was missing too, then maybe that's where he is. "We should tell our parents," Damien said. So we did. They asked a lot of questions, but none of them sounded worried, just confused or annoyed. My parents were more upset that I'd been awake late than anything else. Later that night, lying awake in Joshua's room, I finally said what I'd been thinking all day. "No one's going to help," I said. "If Nick's still alive, he needs us." Joshua sat up in his sleeping bag. "You're talking about going inside that house." "I know," I said. "I don't want to, but we can't just do nothing." Damien didn't say anything at first. He stared at the wall, jaw clenched. Then he nodded. Joshua looked at him, then at me. "Let's do it," they both said. And that was the moment I would soon regret. After Joshua's parents finally fell asleep, we quietly got dressed, grabbed our flashlights and climbed out his bedroom window. We dropped into the bushes below, branches snapping and scratching at our arms as we landed. None of us laughed, none of us spoke. We moved quickly, cutting through backyards and hopping fences until we reached Wicked Lane. The Dreadmore house waited at the end of the street. We approached the house and stood there for a moment, staring at it. The house looked bigger than usual, like it was leaning forward, watching us. "Maybe this wasn't the best idea," Damien whispered. "We should head back." Before I could answer, Joshua shook his head. "No," he said. "We're going inside. We're finding Nick and his mom." "But what if they're dead?" Damien asked. Joshua swallowed. "Then at least we'll know." he said, "and we'll tell the police where to find them." He stepped onto the porch. We followed. The front door was already slightly open, so Joshua pushed it and it creaked open. We were greeted with darkness until we turned on our flashlights and stepped into a living room frozen in time with old furniture from the 50s or 60s. Thick dust coating everything, cobwebs hanging in the corners. My light drifted upward and stopped on a large portrait above the fireplace. In the painting was a family of 5. A mother, a father, and 3 children. Something about their eyes made my skin crawl because as I looked closely, I realized they didn't look painted. They looked aware. "This has to be the Dreadmores," I said. Joshua nodded. "You remember the story, right?" I asked him to tell it again. He said, "The family moved in decades ago after making a deal that was too good to be true. The real estate agent promised them the house for almost nothing. For weeks, everything seemed fine until the youngest daughter, Rebecca, started talking about the red door. Upstairs, at the end of a long hallway, was a single door painted red. No one could open it. The agent claimed it was just a storage space, but whispers came from behind it along with loud sounds of scratching. Soon, the family started seeing things and hearing voices. Eventually, paranoia set in. Then one night, they left everything behind and vanished." Joshua finished the story just as something shuffled above us. We froze. Slowly, we moved towards the staircase. Every step creaked under our weight. When we reached the top, we turned to our left and there it was. The red door. "Nick and his mom have to be behind that door," Damien whispered. None of us answered. We just slowly moved down the hallway with every step carrying an impending sense of doom. But we abruptly stopped as we started to smell smoke. I looked over the railing only to see the entire downstairs on fire. Flames climbed the walls, roaring upward. Panic took over as we ran from door to door, yanking handles, screaming for help, but none of them would open. The fire crawled up the stairs. Then, to our surprise, the red door creaked open. We didn't hesitate to sprint towards it. Joshua ran through. Damien followed. I was right behind them when the door slammed shut so hard in my face that my ears rang. When the ringing stopped, I turned around. The fire was gone. The house was filled with silence. I rushed to the railing. The downstairs was untouched. No flames, no smoke, no heat. Just darkness. Joshua and Damien were gone. I ran to the red door and yanked the knob. I pounded on it until my hands swelled, until my throat was raw from screaming eventually. All I could do was sit there and cry. The police would search the Dreadmore house from top to bottom after I told them everything. They said they never found a red door. They questioned me for hours, going over the same details again and again, trying to make sense of something they couldn't explain and something I couldn't prove. Months passed. Life kept moving, even though I felt stuck. Sometimes, late at night, I feel the urge to set up my telescope and aim it at the house. I tell myself it's a bad idea, that my imagination is looking for patterns that aren't there, but every time I look, I swear I see the same thing. 2 small figures standing in the window on the far left side of the house, watching me. So if you take anything from this story, whatever you do, never go inside anywhere you have no business being. My wife Amelia and I met in high school. She was the popular, bubbly girl that everybody loved, and I was lucky to have anyone even give me a second glance. I honestly don't know how the hell I pulled it off, but after a chance encounter in the library, we became inseparable. Fast forward 4 years and we were married, ready to take on anything the world could throw at us together. At least, that's what the plan was. Ami was at the ripe old age of 24 when she began to experience severe headaches and frequent nosebleeds. When we got the news, I felt as though we had both been given the 8-month prognosis. I'll never forget the tears and sobbing, the cries of anguish that resounded through the doctor's office. That had all been from me. Amelia sat quietly, a faraway look in her green eyes. I took off extended time from work and dedicated my hours to Ami, whether she was in the hospital or at home with me and her family, as she became more and more withered. I wouldn't help but to notice the looks her father and sister would give me. It was as though they blamed me somehow for their daughter's condition. The venom in their eyes seemed to hiss. It should have been you. One night as Ami and I lay together in bed, the insignificant voices droning from the TV, she began to ask me about something we had never discussed before. In all our years together, do you think we go on in the afterlife? The question hit me like a brick wall. I had never been religious, but what was I supposed to say to the love of my life, who was facing her own fading mortality? Of course, baby, without a doubt in my mind. Your light is too bright to ever go out. I believe that it'll shine forever. She had looked into my eyes after that, as if examining me for dishonesty. Thankfully, she did not detect it. Good. I'll be waiting for you. I'm sure it'll feel just like a few seconds or so. Time and suffering won't exist anymore. I should have let the conversation end, but playing up my lie even more, I said, I want you to send me a sign, Ami. Send me a signal of some sort that you're thriving. Whether it's that old Madonna song you like, or a canary out on the porch, singing its heart out. Anything. Anything so that I can think of you. Amelia had wound herself even tighter into me at that point, a sad smile on her face. I will. The doctors hadn't been quite right with their grim prediction. Amelia persisted for almost 10 months before that light of hers finally faded. I'm ashamed to say that, though I tried my damnedest to speak at her funeral, I broke down and couldn't do it. I was forced to sit and watch with red eyes as her family and friends told wonderful stories about the love of my life. My best friend, and I, her husband, had nothing to offer the congregation. Time seemed to slow down after she left me. My performance at work dipped. I began avoiding my own friends even more, and I picked up the bottle. There seemed to be a hole, deep and hollow, a black chasm that had formed deep within me, and it would never, ever be filled again. The first sign came 2 months after she had passed. I was sitting on my porch, drifting into sleep, the glass of whiskey in my hand slowly sliding out. There was a quick movement, and I jerked back to full consciousness. A white cat had darted out of nowhere, and was now sitting at the bottom step of my porch. I had a mind to shoo it away, but somehow my booze-addled brain was still able to recall the conversation that Ami and I had had all those eons ago. I sat forward, hardly believing it. The cat merely looked up at me with green eyes, and I could swear that it looked as though she was smiling. I began to smile myself, tears forming in my eyes. Then there was more movement. 2 coyotes sprung forward, faster than the cat had a chance to react. I, myself, fell to my knees, clumsily reaching out for her, but she had no chance. The 2 haggard animals ripped her apart. A flurry of white fur and red blood stabbed into my eyes and heart. The brief feeling of happiness that I had been snuffed out. One of the coyotes looked up at me, and this time there was no doubt. It was smiling. 2 weeks later, I had my old radio plugged in, listening to sad music. Yes, I have a phone and YouTube, but listening to the radio had always been something Ami and I had done. Going back to high school, I was again nearly asleep when I could hear Madonna's seductive voice over the airwaves. I could feel a sort of relief, though my cynicism wouldn't allow me to believe that this was actually my wife. It's just the radio. How many Madonna songs are played a day? I closed my eyes tight and turned over. But then suddenly there was a terrible static sound blaring from the radio. And amongst that static, what sounded like screams. Screams the likes of which I have never heard before, born from some place that should not exist. I sat up in bed, glancing at the old unit, but now there was only Madonna, singing a Spanish lullaby. I had to have been losing it. Either the liquor or the sadness it was supposed to be killing were finally getting to me. I had to do better for myself. For Amelia, I unplugged the radio, staggered down to the kitchen and poured out every single bottle of alcohol and can of beer in my kitchen. I had had enough. Ami wouldn't have wanted me to live like this, even if I didn't believe she was still out there somewhere, waiting for me. I went back to work with a new haircut, shave, and mindset. I was going to get back on track. My boss even complimented me during my shift, as I took phone calls from potential clients. I felt a lot better than I had in recent memory. 2 hours into my shift, I popped open a snack and drank some water to hydrate myself. As I answered my next call, I spat the water out as the low, scratchy voice whispered to me, "Life is terrible, but death is endless, my love." The voice wasn't Ami's. I fell over backwards in my chair, kicking over my keyboard and unplugging my headphones. I jumped up and looked at my phone, but the call had ended. There was no record of it when I attempted to do a redial. I've since bought more alcohol. Hell, even more than I had before. Whether I'm sitting on my porch, driving home, or even laying in a ball in my bed, I can't help but to notice the inherent cruelty in life, seemingly magnified twofold. But I asked for this. I did ask her to send me a sign, after all. I grew up in a house tucked into the woods not far from Seattle, close enough to a main road that you could still hear the world if you listened, but far enough that the trees felt like they were alive and watching. It was quiet in a way that didn't feel empty, just watchful. Our house sat there with the forest pressing in around it, like it had been placed in the middle of something older. I lived there with my dad, my mom, and my older brother. We had 3 dogs, Blue, Daisy, and Pete, so the house was never really still. There was always movement, always noise, something grounding you in the fact that you weren't alone. At least, that is how it was at first. I was young, around 5 when everything started. At that age, I didn't know anything about ghosts or the paranormal or anything like that. There wasn't some idea planted in my head that made me expect things to happen. Whatever I experienced it without context, just as something real. And for a while, it was small things. Little moments that didn't make sense but were easy to brush off. A quick tug at the back of my shirt when no one was there. Movement in the corner of my eye that disappeared the second I tried to focus on it. The kind of things you notice for a second, then forget, until they start happening again and again. At the time, none of it had a name. It was just something. Then my mom passed away. After that, the house didn't feel the same. Not in a way I could explain back then, but something shifted. The quiet felt heavier, the nights felt longer, and the small things stopped being small. It seemed worse at night. Everything didn't all at once, not in some dramatic way, but enough that I began to notice a pattern. The house would settle into silence, the kind that fills your ears when everything else is gone. My room was always the center of it. That was where it felt the strongest. One night, I woke up to the sound of footsteps. They were slow, deliberate, coming from the left side of my bed. Not in the hallway, not somewhere distant, but inside the room with me. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe right. I just pulled the blanket over my head and stayed there, trying to disappear under it, using it as a false sense of protection. Then it happened. A roar, loud and sudden, right in my ear. close enough that it felt like whatever made it was right next to my face. I didn't think, I just ran. I bolted out of my room, down the hallway and straight into my brother's room. I didn't even knock, just burst in and climbed into his bed. I remember being terrified of looking back into the hallway, especially at his open doorway when the lights were off. It always felt like something could be standing there if I looked too long. After that, it didn't stop. Some nights when I was under the covers, I would feel the end of my bed move. Not slightly, not like something settling, but like weight pressing down, then lifting, like something was sitting there or bouncing lightly. I never checked, I never looked. I stayed still and waited for it to stop. During the day, things were quieter, but not gone. I would hear voices sometimes, coming from behind closed doors when no one else was home. Not loud, not clear enough to understand, but enough to know they were there. Other times I would catch movement where there wouldn't be any. Something shifting just out of sight. And then there were the dreams. They didn't feel like normal dreams. They felt close, like they were happening just on the other side of being awake. Sometimes I would see glowing red eyes at the end of the hallway, staring back at me before I woke up. Other times, things would look normal at first and then something would be wrong. One time I woke up and walked into the living room. From there I could see straight into the kitchen. My mom was there standing at the stove, cooking like nothing had ever happened. I remember walking closer, not questioning it, just accepting it. Then I looked outside. Pete was in the yard, but he wasn't right. His body looked wrong, stretched and uneven, like something had tried to shape him and didn't get it quite right. He turned and looked at me. That's when I woke up. Even outside, it didn't fully go away. There were times I would look out toward the edge of the forest and see figures standing there, just far enough that I couldn't make out details. Sometimes they looked like people, sometimes they would wave. I never waved back. And then there was the one time that almost went further. There were people over that day, my brother's friends. Everyone was outside, talking, messing around, not really paying attention. I wandered off without anyone noticing, moving toward the tree line like I had done before. That's when I heard it, a voice calling my name. It sounded exactly like my dad's girlfriend, familiar, clear, and close enough that I didn't question it. It came from the woods just beyond where the trees started, calling again and again, steady, patient. I started walking toward it, closer to the trees, closer to the voice, and I probably would have kept going if something hadn't interrupted it. I heard a dirt bike getting louder, cutting through everything else. One of my brother's friends came up fast, stopped, and pulled me onto the back before I could go any further. He took me back to the house. When I got there, I asked where my dad's girlfriend was. They told me she wasn't there. She had never been there. Edit. I remembered a few more things about the house I talked about before, and the more I think about it, the more certain details stand out. First, the layout. If you walked out of my room, there was a hallway. On the left side were two doors. The first was the bathroom, and the second was the washroom. On the right side was my brother's room, and then my parents' room further down. At the very end of the hallway, on the left side, was the side door that led outside. That door led directly to the area I mentioned before, where the old flower bed was. It was only about 5 feet from the door. I was told it had already been there before we moved in, and neither my brother nor I ever really questioned it at the time, but looking back, both of us had the same thought about it. We both believed it might have been a grave, not based on anything concrete, just a feeling we both had. Another thing I realize is that I don't remember ever seeing any of our dogs near that flower bed. Not once. They never dug at it, never laid near it, nothing. It just kind of existed there, untouched. There was also the staircase my dad had uncovered on that same side of the house. It was made of what looked like old stone or cobble, leading down toward the backyard since the front of the house was elevated. I never thought much of it at the time, but now it feels strange that something like that was just buried there. When I think about everything together, the layout, the side door, the flower bed, the staircase, and the fact that most of the things I experienced happened around my room in that hallway, it all feels a lot more connected than I realized as a kid. I'm still trying to piece together what was actually happening, versus what I might have just imagined at that age. But the details don't feel random anymore. I've always wanted to make this trip. My whole life, Seattle has been my home, and I'd never ventured far before now. A coast-to-coast road trip with my husband and children had been a fantasy of mine since I first started dating the man decades ago. It slowly became clear over the years that despite his promises, the trip would never be happening. At 50, I'm finally on the road, but I never wanted it to be like this. Not under these circumstances. I am alone. It's only happening now because my son is dead. After the divorce, my children were, in my mind, old enough to choose where they wanted to live. John, my oldest, chose to stay with me. My daughter, Bree, went with my ex-husband. I tried my best to maintain a relationship with her, but she never seemed interested. God only knows what my ex was telling her about me. Growing up, John was my world. I seldom dated after leaving his father. I just never had the time, as I worked 2 or 3 jobs while raising him. It was worth it, though. John knew about my dream trip. He brought it up several times along his journey to becoming a man. "You'll get your trip one day, Ma," he'd said, "even if I have to take you myself." His funeral was the worst day of my life. My ex-husband and daughter were there, and a piece of me hoped I would have at least some support from them. But it wasn't to be. The glare my ex gave me said everything, even though he didn't speak the words. "It's all your fault." I couldn't even bring myself to speak at the podium after that. My daughter gave a eulogy instead. Through sobs, she lamented her rocky relationship with John, and how much she regretted her role in them not being close. She even went as far as to tell everyone that he had been her inspiration to becoming a paramedic. John had never married, so I suppose it shouldn't have come as a surprise that he had appointed me the executor of his estate. It was then I learned he had listed me as the beneficiary of a $1 million life insurance policy. I didn't give a crap about the money, or really much of anything. I spent a lot of time watching videos of my son on my phone. Every time I pressed play, I wished the house fire hadn't destroyed the old tapes from when our family was together. I would have given anything to see those again. It was at this low point I knew it was time for that road trip. It started off normally enough. I made the usual tourist stops, as well as many off the beaten path, discovered through years of research. It wasn't until the Midwest that the problem started. I won't name the state, just in case. I had been driving long enough to not remember what time I had started that day. The sun had long since set when my low fuel warning pinged from the dashboard. The timing was perfect, as I could barely keep my eyes open. I pulled off at the first exit I saw that listed a gas station, and slowly followed an empty road for miles towards a promised town. Johnstown. Seeing the name made my spine shiver, but a glance at the gas gauge decided the matter for me. After several uncomfortable miles, the lights of a gas station appeared along the main road into town. As I pulled up to the pump, I noticed the absence of a credit card reader. Well, I did not want to enter the small building before me as a woman alone at night. The .32 Tomcat pistol in my purse gave me enough nerve to go inside to buy fuel. Though outdated, the inside was surprisingly well maintained. I went straight up to the counter, where a young man in a camo hat stood, looking thoroughly uninterested. "Hi," I said, forcing a smile. "Can I get some gas on the pump out there?" The man stared at me without a word. Though I held my smile, I felt the hairs on my neck standing up. I could have sworn the lights inside dimmed slightly when he began pushing buttons on the register. "How much?" he asked in a monotone voice. "50, I said, sliding cash onto the counter. "Keep what's left, if there is any." Without breaking his gaze to so much as glance at the bill, the man slowly reached for it. For a moment, the image of him snatching my arm and pulling me over the counter flashed across my mind, but he simply opened the drawer and placed the bill inside. "Anything else?" "No, sir, that's it. Thank you," I said before speed walking back to my car. Though I kept my head down, I could feel his eyes on me as I pumped. I considered making a break for the highway, but my eyelids began to flutter once more once back inside my car. I could see the town ahead, and decided it wouldn't hurt to at least see if the motel seemed safe. As I made my way down the main street, every building was dark, except for the motel. It was an unassuming rectangular building with 2 floors. Most of the windows were dark, but the few rooms with lights on were somewhat reassuring. I sat in my car for a moment, the engine still running. Nothing seemed unusual as I scanned the parking lot. It seemed safe enough to walk inside. I grabbed my backpack, stepped out of my car, and paused for a moment. I couldn't help but think of how much safer I would feel if John had been with me. When I walked towards the entrance, I looked back towards the street. To my surprise, the closest building was lit. I guess I had been too tired to notice it before. The neon sign out front read True Video. A video rental store still open in 2026. Wow, guess the town's a little behind, I thought. The motel manager greeted me as I stepped inside the front entrance. To my immense relief, she seemed to be a perfectly normal lady, roughly my own age, not much more at ease. I opted to rent a room and she gave me a physical iron key. Room 211 was exactly what you might expect. Old, small, with decor not updated since 1970. What paint that was visible in spots above the dreadful floral wallpaper was a weathered yellow. A green bed sat against the back wall, facing a dresser with a TV on it. I set my backpack on the bed before turning back towards the TV. It had been years since I had seen an old tube television, and right next to it, an honest-to-God VCR. My mind went straight to 1999 when John was little. Once a week, I would take him to Blockbuster, and we would choose a film for a family movie night. I thought back to True Video across the street. The nostalgia was too enticing. I made my way out into the cool air night. The hum of the neon sign soon broke the silence of the empty streets as I approached True Video. A bell on the door dinged as I stepped inside, but nobody approached the empty counter. I paid little attention, instead focusing on finding the family movie section. After a brief search, I held in my hands a copy of my son's favorite childhood movie, All Dogs Go to Heaven. I stared at the tape as I stood at the counter, lost in my memories. "Anything else for you tonight, ma'am?" came a familiar voice. My eyes snapped upward to see the young man from the gas station smiling at me from behind the counter. I felt a chill race throughout my body. I couldn't respond. While the young man's clothes and demeanor were entirely different, it was definitely him. This time, however, I noticed a small, circular scar on the side of his neck, as well as a name tag, Michael. My silence seemingly didn't affect the man, as he held his warm smile for several silent seconds. I regained control of my body and shook my head vigorously. "All right then," he beamed. "Your total is $537. Quickly, and with a shaking hand, I pulled a 5 and a 1 from my purse and dropped it on the counter, ignoring his outstretched hand. The man simply scooped the bills off the counter as if I hadn't been so rude, and handed me my change. "Thank you for your business, ma'am," Michael said cheerfully. Have a wonderful evening." I hurriedly left without a word, tape in hand. I didn't stop until I was safely locked back inside of my room, now wide awake. It probably took half an hour to calm down, but eventually I reasoned to myself that the men must be brothers, or maybe even cousins. It made sense with the limited employment options in a town this small. That had to be it. While still on edge, I was finally relaxed enough to push the tape into the VCR and settle myself in the bed. Of course, I was crying within the first 5 minutes of the film. It was like being brought back in time without my son there waiting for me. I cried harder as I thought of his heart attack. He wasn't even 30 yet. The coroner said it had been quick, but John had still died alone in the dark. An hour into the film, I had run out of tears. In a way, the brutal experience had made me feel closer to my baby boy. It had been worth it. I closed my eyes, ready to drift off as the movie played in the background, when I heard it. Static. I guess that's why we got away from tapes, I thought. But before I could even open my eyes, I heard my ex-husband's voice from the TV speakers. "He's beautiful. Good job, Grace." I'd know that moment anywhere. Sure enough, when my eyes snapped to the TV, there was the home video my husband had taken when John was born. The image of me holding our son in my hospital bed came into focus. Every fuzzy pixel matched the old tapes I'd lost in the fire. As I watched myself beam on the screen, the video again cut to static. After a moment came a video shot of the day we first brought John home. My ex gave a tour of the house on camera, proudly showing off the nursery we had built and decorated together. The screen cut again. My cheeks were soaked in tears. I was entirely transfixed. It hadn't even entered my mind how impossible this was. John's first Christmas. My dearly departed parents beamed as John happily beat the hellfire out of the toy they had gifted him. I saw the pride and joy on my own face. The video ended just as I remembered it, with John crapping himself loudly in his high chair. My parents' laughter was broken by another wall of static. John's first birthday played next. Then his first words. Well, we recorded those later in the day when he did it a second time. A video I had taken of him racing through the house in his father's cowboy boots came next. Then the day his sister Brianna was born. 3-year-old John grinned ear to ear as he held his little sister. The scene played out just as I remembered. But there was one difference, and that difference became a recurring theme. Whenever my daughter's face looked directly at the camera, the entire screen wavered and slid out of focus for a moment before returning to normal. Every video I had ever taken of the kids played in order. Every single one. Their dance party at ages 6 and 3, their first bike rides, the silly moments, each of their milestones. The blog I filmed for 7-year-old John, wherein he rambled about how the Easter Bunny must be a trained killer. I remembered how hard it was to keep a straight face during that. I moved to the edge of the bed, leaning forward as the next film started. I knew this was the final tape, but I didn't want it to end. In the video, my children were playing pirates. My son was sword fighting my daughter, and despite being a full head taller, he had been letting her get strikes in against him. John had clearly intended to lose, throwing an exaggerated lunge and leaving himself wide open, holding that pose to give Bree a chance to strike. She saw the opportunity and stabbed him in the chest with her foam sword. John died in the most over-the-top way he could, falling dramatically to the ground and announcing his defeat. Bree straddled him and paused. I thought she was making sure he was dead, or maybe even legitimately concerned. Then she brought her sword down on his face in a rage, over and over shrieking, "Die, die, die." The video ends abruptly then, as I shut the camera off to separate my kids and explain to Bree that there was no need to be so violent. The screen went black. I stared into it, barely holding myself together. This impossible, One-way conversation with the past had drained my soul. I tensed to stand up, but then the screen began a new video. One I had taken on my phone. John's 16th birthday. He sat with a scowl as I sang happy birthday to him with his friends. I grimaced. The moment was cute for me, but John had gotten a lot of flack for that video on social media. I was brought back to the moment I came to regret posting it. The screen flickered again. This time the video wasn't one I recognized. In it, my teenage kids were arguing. He held a sandwich bag of something I couldn't quite discern, and a look of utter disappointment. "Answer me," he said. "What is this? Where did you get it?" "Screw you," my daughter shouted. "You're not our dad. Give that back." "Sis, this stuff can get you arrested." "I don't care. It's my life, not yours. I don't answer to you." "I'll tell Mom if you don't tell me where you got it right now." "Go ahead," Bree shouted. "I don't care what Mom thinks. Dad won't believe either of you anyway." At this, John winced. The camera zoomed in on his face. He looked helpless. "I just don't want you to lose everything," he said quietly. "I'm not gonna, you idiot," she screamed. "You think I've never done this stuff before? I'm gonna party if I want, and you can deal with it." Before I could acknowledge the frozen brick that had fallen into my gut, the video changed again. It was the home I shared with John after the divorce. The shot came from somewhere across the street. The house was dark and nothing seemed amiss. Then an orange glow appeared in one corner of the house. The fire. And worse, a figure passed by the flames, fleeing the scene. My heart nearly fell out of my body. The fire department had suspected arson, but no concrete evidence had emerged in the investigation. At the time, my ex-husband and I had been in legal battles to increase my visitation with my daughter. Once John had told me about the drugs, I tried to get more involved in her life. My ex fought me every step of the way. The police immediately questioned him, but told me his alibi had been rock solid. I was numb, but I didn't have time to dwell on the revelation, as the next video began. John's high school graduation walk. A happy memory, out of place for this time, but one I had filmed myself. His father had chosen not to attend, but his sister had. When the final video appeared before me, John sported the same new haircut as he had the year he died. My two kids were sipping vodka at John's kitchen table. Things had been strained between them for at least a decade, but my daughter had grown up quite a lot after she moved away from my ex and his influence. It was nice to see them getting along. The two were playing a card game, with the loser having to take a sip from their glass every round. My daughter pounded down the last drops, and excused herself to refill her glass. The camera followed her to the counter. With her back to John, she filled her glass from a water bottle. The frame stopped with a smirk on her face as she did so. I assumed she was proud of cheating in their contest. The screen glitched again, and there was John. My son was sprawled on the floor, drooling over himself and giggling profusely. "Hey, sis," he slurred from the floor. "I'm so glad you came over. I missed drinking with you." My daughter's face wavered on the screen again. "No, thank you, bro," she said, slowly reaching into her bag, before kneeling down beside her big brother. "You've done your part perfectly." "Part?" he said. "Oh, am I an actor now?" The camera suddenly shifted to my daughter's point of view. "Sure," she said, glancing down at the syringe in her hand. A real A-lister. John grinned, his head flopping onto his shoulder. "I'd like to thank the Academy for—" he started, but the alcohol had taken its toll. My heart thundered as I watched Bree take the cap off the syringe. "I've got you, bro," she said soothingly. "Just sleep." I watched helplessly as whatever she gave him took effect. I saw my son cough, convulse, froth at the mouth, and die, reaching out to his sister for help the entire time. "That bitch'll get the money," Bree whispered after John stopped moving. I'm sure of it, but I'll figure something out. The screen abruptly went black. The VCR ejected the tape. Tears flowed freely as I came to terms with the horrors I had just seen. I sobbed in the darkness of my hotel room for several minutes. I snatched the tape from the VCR and sprinted out of the room. As I reached the bottom of the stairs, my eyes shot across the street to True Video. The storefront was entirely dark. I didn't care if they were closed. I would be getting my answers. I stormed up to the building, but stopped dead when I drew close. The windows were shattered and boarded up from the inside. The neon sign was broken and clung to charred brick by a single rusty bolt, ready to give way at any moment. When I tried the front door, it was unlocked. When I stepped inside the store, I found it completely destroyed. Half the inventory was long gone. What remained was caked in dust and ash. My eyes fell to the counter I had stood at hours earlier. On it, a small television flickered to life. Michael came into focus on the screen. Get her messages, he said. She never deleted them. She had help getting the drugs. Her boyfriend also knows she set the fire and will break under pressure. Good luck. When he finished, the TV went dark. I don't know how long I stared at it. It might have been minutes, maybe even hours. When I finally regained my senses, I went straight to the only local I could speak to. Bursting through the motel entrance, I stomped up to the counter and threw the tape down on it. What is going on in this town? I shouted at the manager. Where did that freak at True Video get this? The manager turned ghost white but said nothing. Answer me. She took a deep breath. What did you see on the tape? She asked in a voice barely above a whisper. I saw my daughter. I said as my voice cracked. I saw her murder her brother. Did Michael give that to you? Yes, I said, raising my broken voice once again. And what the hell was he doing at the gas station earlier? I want to know what sick game he's playing. I want to know right now. Please don't talk about my sons like that. The manager interrupted quietly. She sighed. Daniel and Michael are my twin boys, she said. Daniel works at the gas station, and Michael worked at True Video. He was killed in a robbery 2 years ago. He was shot in the throat before they burned the store down. She paused for a moment. I recognized her pain. One grieving mother to another. They caught the killers, thanks to the security cameras. But last year, another traveler said he rented a video from that store. He said it showed the murder of his sister. She looked at me. The tape will be blank now, she said. But Michael was never one to lie. Please leave. Get justice for your son. And with that, she turned her back to me. No amount of screaming made her turn around again. So I went home. Drove all through the night and all day until I made it home. I found the information I needed. I got the man to talk. The guilt-ridden coward fessed up quick. My daughter was arrested and charged with John's murder. Last month, the jury convicted her and sentenced her to life in prison without parole. That same day, a VHS tape appeared on my doorstep. With shaking hands, I pressed play. My son appeared on the screen. He said nothing, but he didn't have to. He smiled gently and waved once before the video went black. My VCR whirred and opened to eject the tape, but nothing came out. But I got the message. We met on Craigslist of all places. It might seem like a strange way to meet a new friend, but my band was looking for a singer, and that's where he found us. His audition was a surreal experience. He can't sing for anything, but it turns out we're into a lot of the same kinds of books. So he didn't join the band, but we hit it off in a different way. He lives in a fancy gated community on the edge of town. These days I go there once a week for a sort of two-person book club. We're working through Backer's Aspect Emperor series right now. But that's irrelevant, other than the fact that I sometimes think he likes it for the wrong reasons. And maybe that was an early warning. We almost never discuss our day jobs, or night job, in my case. I'm a guard, but he's a dentist. And he loves it. It's not that weird to love your job, right? I'm sure lots of dentists love their jobs. But the other week I got to his house, and he opened the door all smiling and said, "Got to pull some teeth today. A college girl needed 4 teeth pulled." "Okay," I said. She hated it. Even with all the laughing gas, she was squirming as all those teeth came out, and she said she was going to have nightmares. What? Never mind. How was your week? The rest of that meetup went as usual. No more talk of pulling teeth, no more talk of that poor girl. After we discussed that week's chapters, we played pool. He has a pool table in his basement, and he's almost unbelievably good at it. A week ago, I showed up for another regular hangout. My friend opened his massive front door like normal, and greeted me like normal. "What's up? Anything interesting this week?" etc. I told him about a weird gig the band had. He's never had a problem with me talking about the band, even though he didn't make the cut. As he puts it, auditioning was just some strange whim. My real passion is dentistry. And that day, oh god, did he talk about dentistry. I had asked him in return, "Anything interesting in your week?" To which he laughed. An old wrinkly grandpa needed 6 teeth pulled, and he was not happy about it. Huh? My friend laughed harder, but I was. You have to understand. In every way other than this weird teeth business, he is a good friend. Someone important to me died recently, and to be honest, I don't know if I'd still be here if it weren't for his friendship. So he tried to keep going about this old grandpa whose teeth he pulled, apparently with no laughing gas or nothing, and I just did my best to steer him toward the books. The last he said on the old grandpa was, "I think he went to hell and back. He was talking about demons and stuff, man. Demons and stuff." Right. Speaking of going to hell and back, it was finally warm enough to swim in his pool that day. He has a damn water slide. Imagine. I'll get to the point. At first it seemed like any other day. He seemed, at first, uninterested in monologuing about teeth. I told him about a date I went on. He acted genuinely interested, and gave me some legitimate good advice. We discussed a horrid chapter in the book, and spent half the discussion laughing maniacally at jokes that would take too long to explain. Eventually he got out his chessboard, and I saw that closet had so many games in it. We got through 5 tense games of chess with no issue, but halfway through the 6th game, he interrupted something I was saying to say, a middle-aged fat guy needed all his teeth pulled. Excuse me? All of them. I took out all of his teeth. I tried to let that slide. The 6th chess game kept going, almost like nothing happened. My friend muttered something about a fairy and the devil, and it was frustrating how easily he beat me. He threw me off balance with all that teeth business, but he didn't gloat. He is never a sore winner. He simply said, "I'll be back," which is what he always says when the bathroom's about to smell, and I'll have to wait a bit. However, while I waited, I couldn't sit still. When he had opened his board game closet to get the chessboard, I saw he had a lot of different games. I was curious, is all. I opened the same closet. I thought it was the same one. You know those butterfly things that some people have on their walls? The hanging frames with all the dead butterflies inside them? This closet had dozens of the things, and each contained, instead of butterflies, dozens of human teeth. Was this where he keeps them? It was hundreds of teeth in total. I vomited in my mouth. Then I heard the toilet flush, so I closed that horrible closet, everything as I left it, and went back to sit at the chessboard. My friend came back into the room and said, "Oh, I forgot to mention, a date's coming to pick me up tonight, so I'll need you to leave a little early." "Oh, really? Nice. Alright. When?" I was having trouble acting normal. He frowned. "You know what? Now. Now is good." He walked me out. Bye," I said. "See you next week. How many chapters?" "Yeah, bye," he said, almost uninterested. The door closed and I was outside in the dark, alone. Does he know I saw it? What did I see? Who is he? God, I can't sleep.